What's up, guys? What is up? What is up? Here we go. Let's open up Twitter. Yes, I'm gonna start off a little bit biased. I might have to shut down my WhatsApp right now, though. I might have to shut down my WhatsApp. It's gonna be my WhatsApp is gonna be going off. Join another group. Yeah, I might have to shut that down. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, wrong screen. Here we go. Thought I fixed that. Anyway, let's see if we got anybody in the chat. Oh man, like I said, if you are a black male, shout out to Pyro, man. If you are a black male conservative, God bless you. I'm talking about if you are an open black male conservative, God bless you. Because I already know. I know the struggles of y'all. Man, God bless y'all. Even though if I don't agree with everything you guys do, God bless y'all. Because I already know if you are a black male conservative, it's Pyro said, God bless me. I'm talking about now. I'm not talking about in private either. I'm talking about an open black male conservative. Ooh, man. I think if you're a black female conservative, you can still survive. I'm talking about if you are a black male conservative, man, good luck to you. Pyro said, because I'm open with that all the way. Look, man, when I was working at a specific spot around 2018, 2017, I can't say where. Oh man, I wish Ainsley was still was in the chat. But there's there was this guy we worked with, right? And this guy was a black, well, what was it? He was a black male conservative and an atheist. I kid you not. He was like, but he was like 18 or 19 years old, right? At the time. I don't want to say his name, but he was I'm talking about open, like, I don't know his social media, but he was very open about his what he believes. He openly conservative. This is a black dude, conservative and an atheist. I mean, like, wow. I was like, for me, I had to give him his props. I was like, that's not easy. That's not easy. That's people don't understand how that's just not easy. It's not. Like, I wish people don't know though. People don't know. But let me see. I don't know. I've heard about Joy Reid per se, right? She does have a show on MSNBC. I know that. But apparently she's gone viral with her debate with Byron McDonald. And Byron McDonald, if I'm not mistaken, he's a Republican. He's a representative in Florida, if I'm not mistaken, as well. We got to do some research on him because, like, I'm not very well versed in. Was it Byron Donalds? Is his name Byron Donalds or Byron McDonald's? I did I put Byron McDonald's in my title? Oh my god! Hold on for a sec. I'm gonna have to edit. I'm gonna have to edit. I'm gonna have to edit this. I'm gonna have to edit the title. I got Byron McDonald in the title. Oh man. Let me edit that title real quick. Byron Donalds. That's embarrassing. Like I said, I don't know these people, bro. I named this dude Byron Donalds, and here I am about to come to his defense. I feel like Corey Holcomb. Like Corey Holcomb will come to like certain people's defense, and then he won't even know their names. He'll be talking about like Lamar Jackson and how great he is, but sometimes he'll because Corey Holcomb's an OG, so he'll be messing up on people's names. He'll be like LeVar Jackson, or he'll just be like, I remember he called Lamar Jackson somebody else. He called him not LeVar. He did do he did say LeVar Jackson at one point, but he called Lamar Jackson something else. It was hilarious. it was it was hilarious. Hold on, let me share this. I'm not trying to ish on Joy Reid though, because I don't really know who she is, but I'm just gonna assume that since she is a correspondent on MSNBC, that she has to be left leaning. She has to be. Like there's no way that she's not. But I gotta do some editing real quick because I realized I made a mistake in the title. So that means in the tags, whatever I put in the tags, that means I gotta edit that as well, you know. So let me fix that real quick. Let me fix that. Man. Because I fixed I think I fixed the title. So hopefully the title. All right, cool. So the title's fixed. So that's beautiful. So I don't need to go back on YouTube to go and fix that. So I was able to fix it via StreamYard and it went on and it got fixed via YouTube. That's good. But let me check my tags. I got Byron McDonald in the tags. I gotta fix that ASAP. Oh man, I feel so bad. I didn't mean to disrespect you, bro. I promise you, I did not mean to disrespect you. Like I said, like I was about to write Byron McDonald's again. Byron Donalds. Okay. Man. Joy Reid. Okay, so Joy Reid, Byron Donalds debate. I just got to make sure. Okay. All right. I got it. Everything fixed. I fixed the tags. I fixed the title, and we should be all set. We should be all set. Because I was like, what's good with this algorithm, real quick? And then I just realized my title is off. I know that the stream just started, but thank God I looked at it. I was like, I got his whole name wrong. Got his whole name wrong. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, Pyro said it best. He said, if you're willing to get boxed, you're going to have to go left, even if you identify as conservative. Like I said, many black men are actually conservative. They just can't say it out loud. Oh, man. Pyro said, with a cut like that, she's definitely left leaning. And let's be honest, too. Yeah, that is facts. If with a cut like that, she has to be left leaning. Okay. I'm wondering, should I open up the panel right now? But definitely once the video, I think I have the video via YouTube or my Google, whatever my Google search said, right? Because I don't know if I actually show the debate via MSNBC, they might do a copyright. I don't know how that's gonna work. So I really hope they don't do no copyright because it's really annoying how like and I'll say this, shout out to L from the Tacos and Sharama podcast. I don't know if you remember when we did a whole segment on that. I'm happy that they didn't do no copyright strikes on that. I did say fair use and all that, but thank you. You know what I mean? Thank you if she's listening. And I will say this because I want to address her. Well, I'll leave that for later. I'll leave that for later because there are certain things that she was talking about, her and her baby father were talking about regarding them having an au pair, a nanny, a 26-year-old nanny. That bothers me. A 26-year-old female nanny that from overseas, you don't even know who she is. That bothered me. So I have to address that. I'm talking about in all seriousness, I'm gonna have to address that later on. But shout out to L from Taco Shawarma. They didn't give us a no copyright things. They weren't stingy on that. The other day, I was about to drop a TikTok reaction of a black female comedian, and she had a copyright on the on her TikTok. I was like, "Are you serious?" I was like, "You know what? Have at it." I just deleted the attempt because I was like, You cannot be serious. Like you cannot be serious to put a copyright strike." I'm talking about as soon as I put my reaction to the video, she it popped up on the basically on the no fly zone, and I saw that I was like, okay, okay, okay. I was like, you know what? Have at it. It's yours. You win. I was literally like, you win. You can have it. I'm not even trying to argue you. I'm not even trying like when certain things pop up on my YouTube, I don't dispute it. And the reason why I don't dispute it is there's too many YouTube YouTubers that I know that I saw, right? And they would complain about, yo, why is my thing not monetized? Let me put this for under review. And then they would put the video for under review. And then once they do that, then their channels will get demonetized. And not only that channel, their affiliate channels would get demonetized. So it's almost like if you click under review, put post for to contest like the for you getting limited monetization. So if the yellow dollar sign pops up, right? And yeah, if the yellow dollar sign pops up for you and you want to contest that, that's probably not the best thing for you to do because for some reason, then it's almost like they get to look at your YouTube channel, and we already know the people up top that are running this, they don't like this content at all. So yeah, like yeah, it was because I don't want to say his name, low key. I don't because there's certain names on YouTube that you can tell are heavily blacklisted. So I'm just gonna say his initials, CGA. If you don't know who the creator is, CGA, one of the best channels out here, in my opinion. He said, and this happened to somebody else too. He posted something for review because something popped up as limited monetization. And what happened is once they reviewed that, they ended up demonetizing his channel. And then not only that, they ended up demonetizing his other affiliate channels. So I was just like, what? And then I was like, it makes sense. And like I said, YouTube, they have their favorites, right? So people don't understand, like with the Fresh and Fit situation, why they got demonetized. It's not even because of their content, because it's interesting that their content didn't really get demonetized, and their stuff was worse than many others that they'll demonetize first video, right? But the reason why they got demonetized was because Fresh and Fit, Myron and Fresh were making fun of Logan Paul and his situation with his fiance. Now, people don't understand there's certain people you can't touch in life. Logan Paul and his people, whoever they're connected to, I haven't done like the in-depth research on those guys yet, but whoever they're connected to some powerful people, right? So once they got in trouble with them, then it was just like, oh, demonetized. I was like, oh, okay, so you can't talk about them. Right? Or how about this? Because Fresh and Fit were also beefing with Abba and Preach. And what people don't understand, when they were going at it, People forget this. One of the chiefs or one of the people that run the board on YouTube openly wrote a letter to Abba and Preach and came to their defense. So clearly, and put a strike on one of Fresh and Fit's uh videos because they were trying to put a copyright strike on Abba and Preach for talking about one of their videos or whatnot. So I took note of that. I was like, oh, so the people in charge of YouTube, they're fans of Abba and Preach. Okay, duly noted. I I pay attention to these things. You got to pay attention to these things. Pyro said, wasn't it about him saying the N word in a southern accent with the ghost mask? No, no. Myron has done way worse. He's done way worse. It was they got demonetized specifically right after they was roasting Logan Paul and his fiance and their situation. that that's what in life there are certain people you can't talk about, you can't talk crazy about. I learned this early on in life, but I'll give you a perfect example. When I was working at a specific spot, one of those janky spots, where they hire anybody, one of those fast food spots or a theater spot. I don't want to be specific, but one of those spots where they hire anybody, right? Retail, right? And there was a guy at work that nobody really liked. Nobody really liked him, but he showed up to work, whatever. So they couldn't fire him. But one day he talked crap about the wrong girl that worked on our staff. Now, what people didn't understand, our manager, one of our managers during that time, somebody who likes me actually, and I like him, I couldn't prove it, but he was smashing that girl. I can't prove it, but he was smashing that girl. And he caught wind that Mark said something to her, he fired him right on the spot. And then that's what, to me, that was the confirmation of, okay, he's smashing or he really, really likes that girl. Because, bro, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm telling you because that manager was so chill, bro. He was so chill. He wasn't, but he has a button on him where if you try him the wrong way, he might turn into a dick. But he won't. He's not quick to fire people like that. He's not quick to fire people like that. But I remember one day, bro, I said something extremely racist. Believe it or not, I said something so messed up, right? And he was there when I said it, and he didn't do anything about it. So, I'm telling, I wasn't his friend like that, but we took a liking to each other, right? But we don't hang out, right? But I said something really messed up, and he did nothing about it. So when I saw him fired homeboy at the spot for just speaking on the girl, I was like, oh, he's fucking that girl. It's either that or he had a big crush. But after that, I was just like, okay, we can't touch that girl. We can't talk crazy about that that girl. Oh yeah, and by the way, that girl already had a boyfriend too, but we already we look, I already told you guys, if you work in retail, I told you every young girl that I work retail with, there's a specific spot that I work retail. Every young girl that I worked with at that spot, they all had a boyfriend, but all of them were cheating. All of them, including the bartender. I don't want to, So I'm just saying, man. I'm just telling you when it comes to especially like retail, or if your girl is working at a warehouse at night, good luck with that. Just good luck with that. If your girl working Amazon, what? Man, you gotta leave that alone, man. Because they'll have whole boyfriends. They don't care. They'll still I'm talking about all of them had boyfriends, bro. The girls I was with, they all had boyfriends. But they weren't just they weren't just messing with their boyfriend. And even if like, okay, they break up, they had somebody else right on deck. Right on deck. It was in like Like, I remember also one of my managers at that time, she had broken up with her fiancé literally 2 days later. Was with one of my guys, one of the, nicest people I know too. Real chill dude. But, like, literally 2 days later. 2 days later. So, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, yeah, you just gotta you gotta people don't take maybe people are naive to that, but, people have their favorites. It is what it is. People it's rare that you're gonna come across a person that's just gonna recruit off of skill, or it's, you know, n it's not like it's deeper than just nepotism. People just talk about nepotism, but it's just at the end of the day, it's just who people like and who they fucking, you know? That's very that's what it is, right? I'll give you another example. I remember when I was working now, I'm not afraid to say this story. So when I was working at Home Depot, now this is like so Home Depot, that was a different experience from the other place that I was with, a way different experience. So that's why I'm not afraid to talk about Home Depot because Home Depot kind of went down. It was pretty chill. And I learned a lot from working at Home Depot. So when I was working at Home Depot, I remember there was a girl going around trying to give her resume out. She was trying to find the manager, but she was 17. So she was just asking around and then she happened to find me. I don't know how. I was in a corner somewhere trying to avoid everybody. And then she was like, "Oh, uh, do you know who I can talk to about my resume?" I was like, "Well, yeah, you can bring your resume to the manager's office. It's this way." But I told her it's better if you just do it online because they're gonna ask you to do it online anyways. And then she was like, "Well, do you think that they're gonna mind that I'm 17?" I'm just like, so, but she wasn't like she was serious. She was dead serious. So she wasn't trying to play, innocent. She was innocent. So she just didn't really know. I was just like, nope, it's not gonna be a problem. I was just literally looking at. I was like what 20, I think at the 20. I was either 20 or 21 at the time, and I told her straight up. I was like, "Yeah, it's not gonna be a problem. In fact, they're they're gonna try to do everything they can for you to work there." Because I already had experience. There are a lot of unfortunately, not her. I don't know what ended up happening to her, but unfortunately, what happens is you'll have 17-year-old girls working at certain spots, like say like at a fast food restaurant, and they end up being intimate with the hiring manager or somebody or there's somebody on the staff that she's messing with, even at 17, messing with somebody on the staff that's like 25, 24, and then they get their girlfriend a job, and then you find out she's like 17 or 16, and she's probably not supposed to work there because of her age, but because she's already screwing with somebody there, or somebody on the staff really likes her, so they make sure that she's working. Yeah. You know what I mean? So yeah, but yeah, God bless her, man. She didn't know what this world was about yet. She had no idea. She probably thought she was gonna have to struggle to find a hiring man. I'm like, they're lit I'm like, you're not gonna be struggling to find it. I said just find this is the go to the bathroom. It's right next to the bathroom. That's where the office is. Do that, but make sure you just go online too, because they're not most of the time they're not trying to look for people, but you can get I was basically saying like, yeah, you can they won't deny you. They'll take a look at what you have. Oh man. Let me see. Pyro says, "Oh, she's new to the worker world, shy." Yeah, she was like, yeah, that she had like you can tell usually when somebody's like really innocent. Like sometimes, you can still get tricked, right? And there's a lot of girls out there that know how to play that innocent act, but she was legit. Like I could tell she was innocent because because she approached me for the answers. I was like, oh, so she don't even know because most ninjas is gonna be like, oh, word, oh, word, you knew. So she was even supposed to even approach me on that end. So this was just a young person just looking for answers. So I was like, oh yeah, so she doesn't even know how this stuff works. Or even for her to just be having her hand, like she had like a resume like with her paper in her hands. I'm like, oh, she doesn't even know that like when you go to these spots, they're not really trying to see you. They're only gonna look online to see who applied online. That's how it works. And then they'll just call you from there. They're not even really trying to see you. But but basically I told her because it's you, not well, I just said I basically said I said you'll be fine. You can find the office. They're not gonna because since you are a young girl, unfortunately, they'll 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 see they'll see you out. They won't shoo you out. So I just told her where the office is and whatnot. She was like, "Don't you don't think it's gonna be a problem?" And I'm like, "You'll be fine. You'll be fine." So she was like very innocent. So I never know. So that was like what 2019. So she's probably what was it 2019? It's 2024. So right now she's probably graduated from college. So, you know, congrats. What can I say? Congrats. Oh yeah, also like at Home Depot, there was a lot of girls that were still, in the middle of college, some in community, but mostly a lot of them they would just come in, especially for the summer, work in the summer, and then they'll go back during um once school begins. I remember I was working with this one girl. Like she had like a rich family. Like her dad would fly. Like her dad would like trap. Like this is what happens in the suburbs, right? And this is what happens in the suburbs in these rich spots. Because remember, I live in Connecticut, um, Fairfield County, right? Rich spot. So you'll come across, these older white dudes with paper, and and what they do is they fly their family, they take their families everywhere, and many dads in general do that here, but they got paper, and they'll fly their daughters, even if their daughters are like in their late 20s, pay for their vacations. They'll even do they have so much they don't even like they'll even like because I know girls in my high school, they'll be like, oh yeah, so my parents are paying for me and my boyfriend to go to vacation with. I'm like, what? They're paying for our room. What? I was like, what? Stop. Man, I used to be shocked. I used to be shocked. But I'm telling you, like, people got it's not even just the paper part. It's just like you're gonna pay for your daughter's own room with the guy. Oh, wow, okay. At what 16, 17? I'm like, all right. But that's how much confidence that they probably have in their paper in terms of their money. So that they just be like, oh yeah, sure. Oh man. But anyway, let's look up. Pyro's like, where everybody in the chat? Oh, they'll come. They're coming. And you got to understand, Pyro. I don't know. It's weird. You know what's weird, Pyro? When I do the live streams on my phone, I be getting 30, 40 people off rip on my streams. Pyro, I don't know, like the few live streams that I've done on my phone, I get ridiculous amount of views. Now, I think I did. I would have sworn I found the problem to it is because I was in. There's certain settings that you don't click via StreamYard or on the laptop, and I fixed it today. But like I said, like when I do it off my phone, I be getting like 50 people, 60 people. Yo, I'll be like, whoa. And then like the live stream will finish, and then like the live stream will say 500 plus views. You're just like, "What?" It makes and I don't have no I'm talking about it's just me and my face, bro. It'll be just me and my face, and it'll be 30 to 40 people in the chat. It's got yeah, I think it's the settings. I don't know what it is. So I went through the settings and I fixed everything. I got my own thumbnail. But like even with the phone, I won't even have a thumbnail. Like when I did when I was walking downtown in Pittsburgh, I didn't even have a thumbnail. 700 plus I had 700 plus views for that live. And it's just me in my ugly mug. And here I am, I'm like, man, I got to try to hide my face, man. I ain't looking too shabby. And I got 700 plus views. And then I'll have then I'll have these nice organized shows on the laptop. I fixed the settings. So I don't know like but even when I was in North Carolina, when I was just in the RV by myself, I'm looking at it was like 20 plus views I'm talking about the first 5 minutes. Like first 5 minutes, I'm already seeing 20 plus watching. I'm like, how is this possible? It makes no sense. Even look, even on the phone, I can't put tags. I can only put hashtags. So I don't know what it is. Via my phone, I just get more. I don't get it. I don't get it. So that's something I have to look into that because I would have sworn I fixed it. I went through so I know like now what I do, I go on StreamYard and then I go through the edits on my YouTube studio on my desktop and I fix it, make sure the tags are there and everything. But like I said, even on when I set up the live stream on YouTube on my phone, if I have to use my phone, I can't edit the tags. I can only put hashtags. And I don't even they don't even let me choose a thumbnail and then I'll have 500 plus views. I'll be like, damn. Or it'll be something simple. It'll be something like just be me watching a soccer game at the same time, and then me just talking about something, and then there'll be the live will do then my live will go great. Let me look something up real quick via my channel. Because I don't understand how this works. Because my I have very limited settings via YouTube if I set it up on my phone, yet I'll be getting a lot of views via my lives. Now, I'll say this, when I did the live on my laptop, right? When I was talking about the traditional conservative girl that was tricking everybody. What's her name? So, this show when I did the trad con artists are slow. So, I did that via my laptop and it got 2,000 views, right? But everything else and the Candace Owens did well. That one did well, right? But I'd be like, I should be getting more views. But I gotta show you something though, right? So let me show you. So this when I did Drake's music in the RP, when I was right here, I don't know if you can see it here. When you see me here, this is the one when I did it literally in the RV when I was during my tour. This is when I was in an RV just talking about Drake's music in the RP. And it got 700 plus views. And then this was me when I was walking down in Pittsburgh and I got 500 plus views and I wasn't even focused and I ended the stream short because I found the cuz we find me and my guy we finally found the restaurant that we were trying to get in, you know, because we were actually that live stream was only supposed to be like 30 minutes long because we were looking for this specific jazz bar that we were going to eat in, but it was full, bro, because we was in downtown Pittsburgh. But I couldn't believe the numbers it did. These like those numbers, those are the exact numbers I had in terms of live. Meaning there hasn't been any increase since that day I dropped that live. So it was that many people watching. So I'll say, oh yeah, so L's when I did L's Child's Father thing, that did some decent numbers, right? But I gotta look for something else at my live streams. I gotta look for something else where I did it via my phone. I gotta find the ones I did via my phone real quick just to prove a point. Um, let's see. Which ones did I do via my phone? I gotta find the ones that I did with my phone. Okay, I did that one with my phone. It didn't do good. It didn't do well. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe it was the topics that I was talking about and it was just really trending at that time. So maybe that's what it is. But anyway, man. Anyway. Anyway, I might let me see if I might have to open up the thing. I might have to open up my thing. Let's see what we got. Oh, we got something interesting because I haven't reacted to. I got some videos that I even haven't done a video to yet. Oh, I got some nice videos. So hold on for a sec, guys. So before we even go into Joy Reid, I do got some nice videos. Yeah, he said, so you see some of those videos, he said those are AJ numbers. Exactly. So yeah, this is oh, so Miss Gaines when I did the well, let me look at did I do a Riley Gaines live stream yet? I got to do a Riley Gaines live stream very soon because I've been very I'll be so much on Hannah Baker's case from 13 Reasons Why. Yo, I'll be so on their case. So I don't think I've done a Riley Gaines live stream yet. So I'll do that very soon. I do got to do that very soon. And on top of that, maybe it does depend on what time I'm doing it because sometimes it's not good to do these at night. Sometimes it's not good to do these at night. I'll say this, man. I miss doing some of these sports streams at night, even though it had like such low views. I like some of the sports streams I did. I think that was some of my best work. Some of these sports live streams. If you guys get the chance, look at an old sports live stream I did when I was talking about which one? Is it there? I was talking about Giovanni Reina. Man, that situation, I cannot believe I said too many sports commentators let Giovanni Reina off the hook. Oh, Pyro. This is an old live stream I did about Kobe Minu. I don't know if you know who Kobe Minu is, right? But 2 years ago,
Business with him again.
2 years ago, before Kobe Minu blew up, this was when Kobe Minu was like 15 or 16 years old. And he was on the academy on Manchester United. And I was telling people then, I was like, this guy he's special. Now this guy is a superstar right now. So that's one of my favorite live streams because I don't even particularly now, I don't really follow up on a lot of the young footballers coming in. I'm not like because all of my favorite young footballers like that I followed growing up, they're retiring now. Eden Hazard, he's retired. I've been following him since he was 18. Balotelli, since he was 18 years old. These guys are basically close to retirement now. Who else? Romelu Lukaku, Paul Pogba, like these guys, I've been following them since they were in academy. So I used to follow people like that. So I don't really do that often. But Kobe Minu caught my eye. I was like, this guy he's special. He's just special, man. And I'm glad that now this guy's a superstar right now. He's just like a straight up superstar. But shout out to Harry's what's his name? Harry Sanders. He's been one of like my original subscribers. He had to give me his credit. He gave me his propers. He was like, "LOL, I was looking for this good call." He made that comment like 4 weeks ago. But he remembers like my old soccer videos when I would talk about these things, and yeah, you know, those are one of my favorite videos to do, honestly, you know. But anyway, let's go to this. Let's open this up. And let's open up the panel. Let's open up the panel. Let's open up the panel. He said, "How long can they be in the game until they retire?" Well, soccer is cold-blooded, bro. I'm talking about you can be a great servant for your club for years, and it's very rare that you get to have a send-off retirement. It's rare you have a situation like, say, a Zinedine Zidane where he could retire on his own terms. Even as a coach, it's cold-blooded, bro. Once your time is up, your time is up. They always got new young players coming through every single time. So soccer is cold blood. Like you got to be on your shit. When you in Europe, Brazil, right? These South America, you got to be, man. It's cold blooded. It's not like MLS is. That's not real football. That's not real football. MLS is not. That's basically a retirement league for players that are done with Europe. But when you're in these big clubs in Europe, I'm talking about you could be there for 12, 13, 14, 15 years. Like they don't owe you anything. They'll just be like they'll reward you when you're doing good, but like I said, you can lose your starting spot. Luka Modric been basically the best center midfielder for Real Madrid for over 10 years now. If people haven't, not a lot of people have noticed, but he lost his starting spot this year. And he's 37, 38 years old now. That's why. But he lost his starting spot. And he's not going to be playing Real Madrid next year. And he's been basically the best center midfielder in the world for the past 10 years. Been the best Real Madrid player, technically, outside of Ronaldo before he left and Benzema before he left. It's been Modric. And, his time's, once your time's up, your time's up. Real Madrid, they're always buying center midfielders every year. So he lost his spot. That's it. And he's still world class. It's just Real Madrid have way too many options in the center midfield. So that's it. And this is why, American sports, it makes me laugh because because American sports, they do things a certain way where they have a send-off for you and whatnot. And if you're a quarterback, right, in the NFL, they give you 3 years. They allow you to be trash for 2 years, and then by your third year, then you're supposed to be good. Man, in sports in Europe and overseas, it doesn't work like that. You got to be good. And if you're not good, there's a 16 or 17 or 18, 19-year-old willing to take your spot right then and there. This how cold-blooded the game is. A lot of other clubs' best players are players that used to play for Real Madrid or Barcelona when they were in the youth academy, and they just couldn't make the youth academy, and then they end up in another club and end up becoming a star over there. It's like the game. and meanwhile, like they're being like they're a big star in like England or Germany, right? But meanwhile, when they were at Barcelona, Real Madrid, when they were in youth academy there, they were just like, not good enough. just not good enough. the best right back in the world, the best right defender in the world, right? The best right wing back in the world right now is a former Manchester City reject, basically. No, I'm not gonna say reject, but Manchester City was like, you've been nice for us in youth level, but we could do better. Ends up going to Germany club, helps them win their first title in decades. I think their first title in like more than like 3 or 4 or 5 decades. Considered the best right wing back in the world. I'm talking about Frimpong. you got these players now that they were literally on Manchester City's youth teams, and they couldn't make Manchester City's main team, and then they end up getting transferred to other clubs, and they end up becoming a star somewhere else. Man, it's crazy. That's what like the stuff that American athletes complain about, they would not be able to make it in Europe or even in South America. Not even in South America, they wouldn't even be able to make it. But anyway, let's I did say I was going to open up the panel. Let me hit a copy and paste. Right, let me paste this in here. So before I get that video started, let's get this started. And then I got to pin this in my actual YouTube. Hold on for 1 second. Hold on for a second. Let me open this up. Let me pin this thing here. Okay. All right. So I pinned the StreamYard link if anybody wants to join. Hold on for a sec. I gotta exit out of this. All right. But yeah, like for some reason, when I do it like via my laptop, it takes about 1 or 2 hours for like 20 people to join, like 15 to 20 people to join. It takes about like an hour or two for people to actually watch the live streams. But then for some reason on my phone, I'll see like 20 people in the first 5. So yeah, I don't know how that works. But I would have sworn I fixed it. I would have sworn I fixed it this time in my last stream. I thought I fixed it. So where there's certain things you got to hit monetize. So there was a lot of the live streams I was doing, I had to click monetize after the live stream was done. So I'm doing it now during the live stream, and then on top of that, there's certain things I got to click. Pyro said I just took the longest crap ever. Sometimes have you ever I know people can relate to this. Have you guys ever taken a crap and you're just like, damn, am I dying? God damn. Here we go. We got this 304 right here. This girl talking about, I got no friends. I'm 26 and I have no friends. I saw the beginning part of this clip and then I saved it, but I didn't finish the video. So let's see what she says in full, and then we'll react to this.
I just turned 26. It has fully hit me that I really don't have friends at this point.
Fair use, just in case, because that other TikToker really got me tight with that. With that 10-second ass clip. Anyway.
In my life, it definitely makes me sad. I feel like I'm so young. I don't want to like waste my youth and miss out on things that I want to do just because I'm lacking community. At this age, everybody's either in a relationship or they have a solid friend group already. It's hard to break into friend groups. I don't think it's anybody's fault, especially when you guys have like known each other for years, known each other through college. Like, what are we supposed to do in our late 20s now? We don't have.
I don't know if you guys see it, but I saw the tattoo on the left arm. I was like, there it is. Never mind. Let me not disrespect. Anyway, let's continue.
That solid friend group. Started looking into like solo travel. This is just the cards that I've been dealt. Like maybe there's something about me that people don't like. I'm gonna try to let that go. That thought doesn't serve me. Probably just makes me even more closed off than I already am. I'm just asking for like maybe 1, maybe 2, if I'm lucky, really good, solid girlfriends. I'm trying to be open to that, strike up conversations where I can. I'm just like, where are some
no male friends? Right? No male friends. No male friends. It's got to be girl besties. You see, I keep trying to tell y'all, dude, stop arguing me in my social media. These young ninjas, anyway, let's continue.
My group of people, it just feels like impossible at this point to find those people. I feel like I am trying so hard, met so many people, but they just don't stick. It could be me, it could be bad circumstances. I have a lot of family that doesn't live in state. I can't just like hit up my sibling, hang out because they don't live here. Maybe I'm going through this for a reason, like going to make me stronger when you have friendships or a partner. I wanted to open up about that just in case anybody out there is feeling the same. We will find our people in due time. Don't be afraid to spend time with yourself. I just turned 20.
I will say this: if it's a look, let me be nice, and how about this here? Let me talk. Let me relate to her, right? Because it's you know, it is what it is. Like when it comes to me, my personality, it's really hard for me to make friends because I'm not a good talker. I'm not into small talk. I know that I can come across as a dick sometimes. Sometimes, meaning if somebody does approach me, you know, I just don't have the best talking skills. You know, I don't disrespect anybody, but I know the way I come across is not, I'm not the friendliest person. I know that off rip is something I can't really work on. It's just too late, you know. Obviously I'm respectful of everybody. Like I'm courteous, but I'm just not really into to small talk. Like even to okay, like today, I'll give you an example. Today, young kid approached me. This was after I played a pickup game, came in, automatically scored 3, 4, 5 goals. I lost count after my third, right? And I was eating. I was eating a burger. I was at McDonald's. I went to McDonald's right after, and one of the guys I didn't realize he was there. He's like, "Oh, nice game," and I was like, "Nice what?" And he's like, "Oh no, from the game." I was like, "Oh, that I recognize you," but this was a guy that played for the other team. This is the guy that played for the other team. That's why I didn't even recognize him. I was like, "Oh, okay." You know, so it was kind of an awkward kind of exchange, but I was eating. You know what I mean? But I'm a lot nicer when you get, when you get to know me, but usually like when I'm like I don't like I don't try to interrupt people. I just when I go to these restaurants or these spots to eat, I always pick a corner. I always pick a corner and I just sit there, and then I'll just have one part of my Bluetooth headphones on, and then listen to some things. You know what I mean? Or watch a cartoon or something like that to pass the time while I'm eating some fries or whatever. But like, yeah, I know that the average person, if they approach me, I know is I come across as very standoffish. So I don't complain. Like me, I don't say, "Oh man, why don't people talk to me?" I know how I come across. I know how I like when I'm in public. I know how I am. I know how I am, right? So, but like at the same time, at the end of the day, I'm a man. So I will say this: if you are a girl, right, and you're at the age of what, 26, and you're talking about, I have no friends and I don't know why people don't want to talk to me. And I'm like, you as a woman, you have to do some self-reflection. And she kind of is, but there's clearly more that she can do. And I think when it comes to because me, I can't say, oh, I don't have any friends. I know there are people that I can call. I know there's plenty of people that have decent things to say about me that I can call. I don't be begging people for money. So I'm not like I can like me, I can like make a call and be like, "Hey, do you want to link up with me? I want to work together." And they'll be like, "Yeah, let's do this." So I'm fine on that department. But if you as I'll say this, as a girl, and if you're a girl and you're at a certain age and you're talking about, I don't have nobody to call, and what am I doing? I'm at 26. I don't know what to do. By 26, you don't know what kind of groups that you can join. There's all these Facebook groups that you can join, WhatsApp, meetup groups, and you can't find nothing yet. You can't find a guy. I think, especially if you're a girl, like I'm looking at her, she's not ugly. So if you still can't find people to connect with, and you look like how you look, and she's light skinned, and right, and she's not like fat, right? I think, unfortunately, just looking at her, she's looking for friends in all the wrong places. That's my opinion. And she's probably has a very, she might not admit it, but she has a very shallow, she might have a very shallow way in how she's looking at what kind of friend should I have. There are probably people in her life that might not be the best looking, because a lot, unfortunately, what happens is now in this age, unfortunately, you'll have people like this, man or woman, people like this, and they'll just pick a friend just based off of, can I take a picture with them? You know what I mean? So I hope she doesn't have that kind of mentality. I think she might have that mentality, because I'm pretty sure there's plenty of people that just want to be around her because she's young, and she's just because she's young and attractive, and people would just want to be around her. And I'll say this: if you're young and attractive and you have good energy, I mean, sky's the limit for you. You don't even have to be you don't even have to be friendly. You don't even have to be friendly. If you're young, if you're a young woman and you're just decent looking and you're in shape and you're a little bit nice, just a little bit, you could go places. And now, say if you're a young a young attractive, above 6, and you're attractive and you fit a certain complexion, right? That also is part of it. And you're nice and you have great energy, you can literally get any job in the world. Your potential as a woman is limitless if you have if you have great energy and you're attractive. What? Your potential to be in certain spaces is damn near unlimited. Damn near unlimited. So for her to say this, oh, I have no friends and all this stuff. First of all, she's lying on that end. But to say that she has nobody, I hope that she doesn't have that mentality where if I look at her page, but I'm seeing her taking pictures with everybody, right? But she doesn't count them because she doesn't believe that they're not high status enough in her eyes to call them her friends. I hope she doesn't have that mentality, but I'm gonna lean. I'm leaning towards that. I'm leaning towards that. So let's look at her account, because I don't know what kind of account she has. Well, it looks like she has a fitness account. So, yep. So yeah. So we already know we're dealing with a narcissist. No disrespect, but she is who she is. She is who she is. Pyro said, haha, we must be brothers because I'm everything you just said. Yeah, it's just, I know how I am. I know how I am. So I know off rip that I'm not gonna have an extensive friend group, because I'm not a small talker. And there's nothing wrong with that in terms of being a person that's good with talking. I don't look at those guys with envy. I'm just like, that's just how they are. I'm just me. I'm, let me see. Yeah, yeah, when you see, like, it's almost like, so Pyro said it's like a 6'4" dude who's fat and not broke, but he says he doesn't have a girlfriend but don't know why. Like, I'll see dudes on here, no disrespect, Like some of the so-called incels or black pillars, I look at, they're not short. People just think that, like, incels are these short, fat. A lot of these guys, they don't, because I guess they're looking at their chin and they don't think they have this jawline or a lot of these guys' problems could just be fixed with a hygiene check and a barber. And a black barber. A lot of their problems could be fixed with a black barber or a Dominican barber, right? Well, same thing, but a, a lot of their problems could be fixed with a Dominican barber, a hygiene check, and them joining like some kind of group, some friend group, a gym group. You know what I mean? You know? Yeah, because like yeah, when you see a girl like that talking about I have no friends and all, first of all, she's lying. And then on top of that, I hope her friends are watching because she doesn't count them, because she doesn't feel, she doesn't see the the benefit of associating with them, right? So I hope her quote unquote friends are watching, because it'll be women with that'll be hanging out with everybody that'll be saying stuff like this. I have no friends. I don't know what to do with my life. You just, and then you look at it, I'm like, but weren't you just saying? And then you'll see their Snapchat, and it's just something else. Ainsley, man, how's it been, bro? That is my brother right there. That is like my secret, low key, my secret brother. And I'll say this: I might be biased because Ainsley, he has the exact same birthday as my actual brother. So it's so easy for me to actually remember. I'll be the first one to be like, man, happy birthday, Ainsley. But it's easy for me because he has the exact same. It's the exact same day as my brother. Yeah, like, so because a lot of the stuff that I'll see even those guys complain about, like it'll be the guy will be like 5'11" and talk about my life is over. I'm not 6 feet, or you'll the guy I've seen these guys, they'll be like 5'10" or 6 feet or 6'1", and they're just lanky, and they think, oh man, what's my why don't these girls like? And I'm like, well, you probably should get a haircut or some kind of a trim. You might want to try a different barber. You might want to do a hygiene check. You might want to, because people talk about you need to have game with women. Nah, it's just more social skills. It's just more social skills. The people with the best social skills tend to have better luck with women, in my opinion. So most of the stuff is not game, it's just social skills. And to be fair to guys like us with no game or social skills, a lot of that is determined, you know, in preschool and daycare. So meaning you just have to hope that the guys that you see that have a lot of social skills, those are the guys that the daycare teachers liked. So the daycare teachers never limited them when they would talk in class. The teachers would never really shut them up, or when they would do things, teachers would like, so there's a lot of factors that go into that. But yeah, Ainsley, that's my guy right there. That's like one of my few where I can say that's like my friend. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, Ainsley, we were just talking about I don't want to say his name, but remember the guy that we used to work with? He's a conservative, he's a black man, conservative, and he's an atheist. We were just talking about how like it's like to be a black conservative male. If you I'm talking about if you're an open conservative and you're a black man, it's you're not gonna get any women. You better be you better be a 6'6" Tyrone. Like, even I think even then, yeah, dude, I've seen dudes where even they'll be the full package, but then they'll say, well, I'm a conservative, and the woman will, like, she will not be able to get over it. Like if he's dating a black girl, he will not. They will not get over it. There's just too many stories of black men I know where the black women that they're dating, and then they'll find out that, like, the black women will find out that the dude is conservative, or he's voting for Orange Man, right? Or he's a open Republican, and they just will not get over that one part that he's a Republican. And you're just like, that, so that's the straw for you? But like, that's what, because most people, that's what a lot of particularly white male conservatives, they don't get it. They don't, because they make fun of ninjas for quote unquote being Democrats, but they don't get it. They just don't, they don't get it. Like, they don't understand, like, in the black community, if you are a black male conservative, you can't, you have zero dating options. Zero. It's gonna be impossible for you to date. Yeah, Ainsley said, yeah, I remember. I haven't talked to him in a while. I don't want to say his name, but I haven't talked to that guy, like, in a while. It would be nice for him to actually, if I did like a live stream, I think he probably does kind of watch this kind of content, but I think he was watching this content too in 2019 or 2018 when we met him. So I probably got to ask him about this, because we would talk about like the politics and stuff, but just in general, but we didn't really talk about this kind of stuff. Now let me saw Warren. So Ainsley, I still talk with Warren from time to time. Warren, I still talk to him from time to time. Like, I was talking to him about my YouTube channel even before it hit like 200 subscribers. I was talking about how I could, what I can do with this YouTube. Yeah, so Warren, I got to put him on a panel one day. Because Warren was the definition of, I really like this guy because his music taste matches mine. He's one of the few people where his music taste completely match mine. But he says some things where I'm like, I do not agree with you in terms of just in general. When it comes to certain things, I'm like, bro, no. I vehemently disagree. But that's why I liked him. It was that he had that about him. Yeah, Warren. Yeah, I still talk to him. And how about this, Ainsley? You know who was low key really cool? I don't know if you remember Turbo. I'm gonna use his street name, his street name, Turbo. Turbo was cool as hell. He made me die laughing when I switched my phone and I was trying to text everybody, yo, this is my new number, because I had to switch my number. This man, so I sent a text to everybody, and everybody was like, yeah, it's, okay, cool. Turbo actually called me back, which is because Turbo was gone from the job by then. I was surprised. He actually called me back. He called me. I was like, wow. Well, he's like, oh yeah, I just wanted to know because I remember you and blah blah blah. And yeah. And I was like, oh yeah. So what happened between? Because I just remember you were here and then you was gone. And he explained. Man, Turbo had me crying laughing. He said, yeah, I was about to expose that the manager was smoking dope. I was like, my dad was like literally in the other room during that time. And I was laughing in my room for a good 40 seconds, 40 to 45 seconds. It's like, yeah, I was about to say she was supposed. I was about to expose her in her BF. I know Ainsley. The manager that we're talking about, she was like the cute white chubby mud shark girl that we were working with. She was a mud shark, but she had an Hispanic boyfriend, but she was the manager. She was one of the managers at the time, and Turbo had beef with her. Man, that was hilarious. Oh my God, that was hilarious. Turbo made my whole day. And then after that phone conversation, like, oh yeah, just let me know if you need some weed, if you need this, man, I got you. I'm like, man, thank you. Turbo was a really genuinely nice guy. He's a cool dude. you know. So if I'm not mistaken, he does have a kid too. So oh yeah, Pyro, I'm gonna add you on. I'm gonna add you on. Hey man, what's up,
What's
bro?
good? What's good, man?
Hey man, let's replay that one video one more time. Or did you see the video?
No.
Oh, okay. So let me replay the video with the 26-year-old girl here, and because she was talking about how she got no friends and whatnot. I gotta replay this one more time for you.
I just turned 26. It has fully hit me that I really don't have friends at this point in my life. And it definitely makes me sad. I feel like I'm so young. I don't want to like waste my youth and miss out on things that I want to do just because I'm lacking community. At this age, everybody's either in a relationship or they have a solid friend group already. It's hard to break into friend groups. I don't think it's anybody's fault, especially when you guys have like known each other for years, known each other through college. Like, what are we supposed to do in our late 20s now? We don't have that solid friend group. Started looking into like solo travel. This is just the cards that I've been dealt. Like maybe there's something about me that people don't like. I'm gonna try to let that go. That thought doesn't serve me. Probably just makes me even more closed off than I already am. I'm just asking for like maybe one, maybe two, if I'm lucky, really good, solid girlfriends. I'm trying to be open to that, strike up conversations where I can. I'm just like, where's my group of people? It just feels like impossible at this point to find those people. I feel like I am trying so hard, met so many people, but they just don't stick. It could be me, it could be bad circumstances. I have a lot of family that doesn't live in state. I can't just like hit up my sibling, hang out because they don't live here. Maybe I'm going through this for a reason, like going to make me stronger when you have friendships or a partner. I wanted to open up about that just in case anybody out there is feeling the same. We will find our people in due time. Don't be afraid to spend time with yourself. I just turned.
So, Pyro, what do you think about that so far?
I think she's lying. She, all I think is she wants some shady friends or friends who are popular. She has friends, but she doesn't consider them as friends. Like that's what I'm thinking right now.
So how about this here? So what you're trying to say is, and hopefully I'm not putting words in your mouth. You think that she already has friends, but she doesn't consider them as she doesn't consider like they don't count to her in her mind
Yes.
because they're not popular or she
Yes.
doesn't exactly. Okay, thank you. Because I believe that too. Because now that you say that, I'm like, yeah. Because I'm like, how do you have no friends? I feel like you're lying. Just I feel like she's lying, but now that you say it, yeah, she has friends, but she just doesn't. You know what?
You value
I don't know.
Yeah, she doesn't value them as highly as she thought.
Isn't that
I just turned 26.
isn't that sad though? Where
Yeah.
you're dealing with somebody that is like, it's almost like she almost has that. It's almost like an energy of she goes to places just to see if she can attract somebody of quote unquote status, and that could be friends wise, that can be boyfriend wise, and she's probably done missed out on real gems of people just because she didn't like how they look or she thought they weren't popular enough. I mean,
Yeah.
I just think for a girl that looks like that, like, and I was just talking about this, if you're like a pretty girl, even if you don't have the best attitude, you can still go far in life. Just if
Yeah.
you're just like a regular looking girl. And like I said, she's not like, unfortunately, skin tone does play a part of it. And so also she's light skinned. So she could so her struggle is not like the average dark skinned girl's struggle, because there's a lot of dark skinned girls that I know that they're actually like really they're great, but because of the stigma,
Yeah.
just the stigma, so they already so a girl that looks like you and you talking about you don't know nobody, but you'll see I'm gonna start looking at solo travel trips. I'm like, her personality must be really not just bad, but just dry, just very
Yes.
dry, you know. And she really needs to do some real introspection because, like I said, I don't have a great personality myself, so I know that I'm very like I already know in general in my life it's gonna be hard. It's harder for me to do that, but I've met great people. Like I'm proud to say I've known great people that to me those are the legends in my eyes. But I
Yeah.
think for somebody like her, I think unfortunately she's one of those people I can tell she thinks that she thinks that her life or somebody's life doesn't have meaning unless they see them on TV. She's one of
Yeah.
those. She's one of those people. Like it's only gonna matter if it hits a certain amount of likes. You know, she's probably one of the types she posts a photo that she takes the photo out of the Instagram thing because it doesn't have a certain amount of likes. I know girls like that, but you know, it's such an unfortunate mindset for somebody like this to have because she's really limiting herself. Like she's like it's almost like it's such a waste to have like
Yes.
to for somebody like her to have such to be that just to be that it's such a waste, you know. But like I said, she already has, you know, she has her fitness thing going, you know. Hopefully she can hustle that as much as she can, you know. I can tell like she's definitely been flown out probably once or twice before. She's definitely had her she's definitely have had has had to have her share of sponsors. She's definitely
Yeah.
has had that. But let me look
If
at the comments.
if she gets flown out,
I just turned
that means
26. Has
eventually.
fully
Oh my bad. Say that one more time cuz
Yeah. I was saying if she got flown out, it's gonna eventually lead to the Mr. T cases and the A cases eventually. So I wouldn't be surprised if she does that.
I'll say this, man. You know, what's the guy's name from back in the day? Ted Bundy would be having us field day with these 304s today. They just will.
Hmm.
I'm talking about they'll accept the plane ride from anybody. Like they don't do no research, no backgrounds stuff. Like people were mad at me when I did the tour with these guys from Canada, and they're like an established, you know, the guy that I did the tour with is established guy, well known guy, the bass player. He's a basic the bass player that I played with. He's a star in the making. He's playing for this group in Canada called Lavender Town. I'm gonna share Ainsley. I don't know if you're still listening, but I'm gonna share that group with you. That the bass player that I play with, he play. They're gonna be like these people have their own Instagram accounts. They got their so these people like were they, you know, you can research them, right? And people, I'm talking about people were still mad at me. Well, not mad, but still were like, why did you go in the RV with these guys? But I'm like, well, they're on tour, you know what I mean? And I knew the more people I talked to about this on the music side, I knew more people were gonna talk me
Hmm.
out, right? Now, this was the one time I did something like this, where you say that's quote unquote risky, playing with people that you don't know. Meanwhile, you'll have 304s. I'm talking about at 16, 17, already getting flown out, and then people are just acting like it's just meh, you know. I'll see these girls by
Wait,
themselves at the airport. By
wait,
themselves.
Chris. Wait, Chris. S- So the people like are talking you uh, are talking to you. So they're saying like the people you're how should I put this? The band members you're associating yourself with are dangerous and like you should stay away from them if you're
Almost
saying
like
that.
we're basically when they told the way they will tell it to the crowd, because they'll
Hmm.
literally say, "Oh, well, we met Chris off the internet." So they kind of say it as a joke, But when we would talk to the crowd, the people in the crowd during in the break, we'll talk to the people, whatever, and they'd be like, "So why would you trust these guys to go across?" They had so much questions for me on why I trusted them and whatnot. Like I'm talking about they had 20. Now I didn't take offense, but I'm like, do people have questions for the 304s that they'll just take the flight to like random, they'll go to random people's houses. I don't even
Yes.
do stuff like that, you know, and like I'm talking about they've given me their phone numbers, they've given me the guys that in terms of payment, they already said, okay, this is how we're gonna do the payment, we're gonna do this and blah. Like, so I already we've been through all of this, like, and we've already tried to cross our T's, dot our I's. Like, I'm not just gonna accept a random request from anybody on a band app. I'm gonna obviously do my research, and these people were well known, particularly the individuals in that group. So, but it was interesting how many questions. It was just like so many questions I got, and I'm 25. I'm 25 years old. So many questions, but nobody will ever have questions for a 304. And in
You
terms
want
of
to guess why?
they'll travel all I'm talking about, they'll travel, be in Italy, Cancun, Machu Picchu by themselves. Well, it'll look like they're by themselves, but it's clearly somebody flew them out, and nobody will have no questions in the comments. They'll have no questions.
Chris,
I'm talking about nobody in the airport will question them. It's interesting, man. That's interesting.
Chris, Chris, you want to know the reason why they don't
Yeah, what's up?
question, like they don't question the 304s? Because
Yeah.
the reason why they will question you, like, than rather questioning the 304s, because us dudes are easy. Like we'll listen to what you're saying and say, "Oh, yeah, I think you're right. This thing could happen." But 304s, they will say, I don't know. I'm still gonna go to the party." Like guys just eventually just give up and say, "You know what? I'm not even gonna ask you any questions. Just do what you want to go do." Especially
That is true.
y- yeah, yeah. And back then when I was in Jamaica, I think it was months ago.
I just
I
turned
had a friend.
26. Yes.
Yeah, I had a friend. And he told me one of his female friend passed out in a party, and her boyfriend
Ooh.
was looking for her, and a guy was like over her, and like she felt strange, and she cried, and then she left the party. Then another party started back at that same location, and she wanted to go the same place that I think they took advantage at her. Like she still wanted to go there.
That's that, and that's an uncomfortable, you know, thing to talk about too, in terms of like it still boggles my mind, but that's most women.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they like to be in these situations where they don't know what's gonna happen, and then they'll still complain about it. But I'm like,
Hmm.
if you go to these kind of environments, you're gonna get this kind of treatment. Yet I'm talking about they'll fight their boyfriend, their parents, their brother, tooth and nail, just to go out to these spots. They'll have fake IDs, go out there, and I'm like, why? Okay,
That's some
so this
that's some that's some Anna Baker activity, like going
yeah.
like going to Bryce's house.
Yeah. So yeah, like usually when these kind of things happen, or when we're dealing with women like this in this video, I- I've come to just call it I just call it Hannah Baker syndrome, right? Anything
Yeah.
that so I always chalk it up to, if you see a girl talking about my dating experience is this and that, I just, this is Hannah Baker syndrome. where it's clearly because people won't even people are afraid to call Hannah Baker that the character that she plays. She's a clout chaser. Clearly,
Yeah.
she's a clout chaser. So unfortunately, with these people, they only talk about their associations with people almost like a status symbol. So they'll always mention, "Oh, I'm always around this football player or this person, or I'm dating." So they always want to put themselves in these situations, and then when it goes bad, then all of a sudden they want to check out, right? And all
Yeah.
this nonsense. And now everybody got to hear your story and whatnot. But really, at the end of the day, you were clout chasing. Oh, yeah. And by the
Yeah.
way, I'll say this, Ainsley in the chat. So he said right here, I feel it's easy to make friends and develop relationships with people. Now, I'm just saying this from firsthand experience watching Ainsley. He's really that guy in real life. Really, it's easy. It's easy for him in terms of I'm talking about man, girl, woman, whatever. He's easy. He's easy to talk to. He can talk to anybody. He knows how to just talk, and then they feel comfortable, and then they open up. But you have here's the thing. So, say if Ainsley was to talk to a girl like this, right? And
Yeah.
unfortunately, this is the mentality. A really quality person, right? Like Ainsley, like my brother, right? Two people I know because they have Ainsley and my brother. Just have they have similar personalities, which is to me is a special quality because to me it's impossible. To me it's impossible. So to me to me they're special in my eyes, but and it's a very underrated skill to have, or just an underrated thing, just thing to have personally. But unfortunately, a girl like this will meet somebody like that, and they don't understand the gem that they have
Yeah.
if you know a person like this. But
Oh,
unfortunately, a guy like a Ainsley, if he met a girl like this, she would only wait to associate with an Ainsley is if like Ainsley finally got like 20K followers on Instagram. Then she'll be like, "Oh,
oh.
I talked to him one time." And then,
He has to be
and then
famous first.
or he has to do something. He has to go viral for something.
Yes.
Unfortunately, and Ainsley could just go viral for doing something like, say, like um him and his dog do something, right? That and his dog does something funny, and then he'll just get say if he just like got mad followers over him and his dog, right?
Yeah.
Then she'll be like, "Oh yeah, I talked to," and you don't realize you don't need that to realize somebody is a special person in your life, or a special person to many people. But unfortunately, people with that mentality, they and that's because I'm looking at her and I'm like, you mean to tell me, because especially if you're a pretty girl, people are just gonna want to be around you. So
Yeah.
at that point, you mean to tell me you couldn't find nobody who you could consider a quality person to be around? That this is where your hypothesis comes in. She's lying. And she has people in her life that have actually shown her great things. You know what I mean? like
Yeah.
like the great, I'm talking about great things, and she just she doesn't realize it. And I
Yeah.
hope she doesn't wait until she's like 30 something, because she's technically already hitting the epiphany phase. So all the simps need to watch out. So the simps do need to watch out. So hopefully I don't want her to pull one over on the simps You know, because they always wait until they're like 28, 29, and then they get saved, you know. Then they get baptized at 31, 32, looking for a sucker at church. Hopefully she doesn't do that scam stuff. But I do hope that she actually looks at herself and be like, you know what, I need to do some introspection. Because I, like, me personally, I know I'm not even a friendly person. I can already name I don't want to put their names out there. I already know 10 I can name 10 people in my life, just in general, where in terms of them, their personality is unmatched, in my opinion. So I've met people, and they might not have this amount of followers. They might not be famous and blah 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 and all this stuff. But these people, I'm
Yeah.
telling you, these are the best people I know. But unfortunately, you have people like this, right? Everything with her is clout, and she's missing out. So she's missing out. So I'm gonna look at the comments, and this is where the nonsense starts. Right? So you had the first comment here, right? This is probably from a woman. She said, I'm 30 and I feel you on every level. My closest friends have all moved on and I'm stuck here, no friends and nada. Whilst I enjoy solitude, sometimes I still wish to have that one or two people to call mine and talk on the phone with. It gets better though with time. You will definitely find your tribe. She doesn't get it. Next woman here, she says, wow, this is super relatable. Sad how nobody talks about it because many of us are in similar circumstances. I hope the male friends don't see whatever male friends that she claims she has. I hope they don't see this. Oh man.
Yo,
Anyways.
Chris,
Yeah, what's up, bro?
I think I think the best word you can change from male friends is friends with benefits.
Yeah. Oh man.
It actually makes sense now because
Yeah.
women actually benefits off of them,
Yeah.
just them.
It's just different, you know. There's a, you know, I guess yeah, we should expand on that. You know, there's really two types of friends, like a friends with benefits with a some, even though friends with benefits is pretty a universal term, we already know what that is. But there are, because women have different men for different things. So they'll have
Yes.
2 or 3 guys they're messing with, like they're fucking. One of them will be their boyfriend, another one will be um on the number 2, and then the third will be the guy that she really likes sexually, but that guy is never going to commit. But she's messing with all 3, and then she'll have another guy that's paying for her food, and then another guy that gives her rides home. Like women
Yeah.
have like men for different things. So I guess that would be a beneficial thing, but even then, like, women don't even really a woman doesn't when it, like, in that situation, they're not gonna be like, that's my friend. And if they do, it's very disingenuous. Like, it's very
Yeah.
disingenuous. So, you know. So Ainsley says she's the kind of person who treats her peers like achievements or conversation topics. You know, you know, like I said, I'm not even like, I'm telling you, like, I'm not. My personality is very flawed. I'm not good at talking. Like, I've said
Same.
things that I've regretted a lot, you know, and I still do, but it's just, you know, it is what it is. I know what I am. So, but I know there are plenty of quality people that she specifically could tap into. If I can find it, she can definitely find it, you know. So clearly she has people in her life. She just doesn't realize how she needs them, really, in terms of, I could tell she has that attitude of, it's a privilege to be around me, and it's like, Like she low key has that kind of a personality, and I get it. I get why she might feel that way because, like, you know, when you're a young, attractive-ish woman, attractive-ish, right? They feel like, especially nowadays with the social media, the Tinder, the Bumble, there's constant social validation that she can just open up her phone and get the social validation right then and there. If you're a female athlete, as soon as they turn 18, they just set up their profile as an athlete and they automatically get 20,000 followers off rip. I got to show, like, there's a picture of a female soccer team, a female professional soccer team in Colombia. It's a very famous Colombia team in Colombia, but still it's a women's professional soccer team in Colombia. And each of the girls in that photo that they tagged them. Each of them had 20,000 plus followers. I shit you not. The only person that had less than 10,000 followers was the one girl in there that looked like a man. Because she was like a lesbian stud. She was the only person that looked like a lesbian stud. Everybody else was just looked like a regular woman. Each of them had 20,000 followers. I shit you not. I wish I could find that photo. But and then they had like this one girl on this team, and she's just drop dead gorgeous. I'm talking about she doesn't even need makeup. Like, she's just gorgeous. And she got her follower count is crazy. But it's like, that's how easy it is to get if you're a woman, if you're a young, in shape woman that's decent looking. It's easy to get that validation via social media if you set up your profile a certain way. So it's hard for me or anybody to tell her, look, maybe you should do things this way, because she's already getting her she's not going to listen until she hits the wall. Like,
Yes.
especially her, she's not even going to take our advice. She's going to be like,
Our own advice.
yeah, so
I remember this YouTuber named like Raging Golden Eagle, and he said
Yeah.
I used to be just like you, and you shouldn't be doing this. And he said, "Come on, shut up, Grandma. I ain't gonna end up like you." Then boom, end up exactly like her, telling the
Yeah.
next generation, "You shouldn't be like me."
Yeah, it's a dirty cycle. But like, now it's gonna be really bad, because now I'm seeing like girls, like, I keep seeing these, like, now I'm seeing this trend of like these girls, they're hitting like 28 or 29, and then all of a sudden, oh, I'm gonna go to this country to have an assisted self-deletion, right? You know, they're self-deleting themselves via whatever. Like, there's like a place in Canada you can go where you can self-delete yourself, like, legally. And I'm seeing like this trend of like, or like these former spicy film content stars, they're hitting their late 30s and then self-deletion, you know. So
Yeah.
they don't even want to face that kind of music. They're just like, nah, fuck that. I'm gonna just live it out until I can, and then I'm out of here. They're like marriage is not even an option for a lot of them anymore. They're just like, nah, I'm done. Before I hit the wall, I'm out. So
Yes.
that's so there's a real spike in a trend, you know, of that. So people gotta, you know, watch out for that. So let's look at another comment. Let me see. Yeah, it's a lot of women commenting this. So they're saying, I was exactly where you were when I was 26. You are not alone, and I promise it will get better. There's so many of us craving connection and friendship, and it starts with a small conversation, maybe even a link up. You got this. Now, this is obviously like normie advice. What she doesn't get is she's not looking for, because if she's looking for connection, all she got to do is say, if she's like a fan of an anime show or something, right? All she got to
Yeah.
do is go on Facebook and then join up with one of these groups. they have so many social link up apps where you can meet people, like groups. Like I'm in, dude, I have like these WhatsApp groups. I'm like in like 3 or 4 of these these things because of soccer, right? Men and women in these chats, right? And we meet to play sometimes, right? And that's how I found another older, group of older men. Now they want me on their team and stuff like that. But it's like there are plenty of things that you could do to meet your common average citizen and make a connection. But she's not looking for the common average citizen. She's looking to cash out with these. She's looking at her follower count and she's like, I know, like you could tell that she's been around a couple of celebrities, or she's probably has a couple of blue checks in her DMs. In her mind, she's like, I know I can attract one of these guys, these higher status guys, or I know I can link up with one of these people with 20,000 plus followers to do skits with me and all this stuff. That's what she's looking for. She's not looking for the average connection. She's looking for she wants to be a star. She wants to be a star. That's what she wants. She's like, she could easily just go on. She can just go, all she got to do is go on Facebook and whatever her passion is, her passion could be painting. She could literally look up a painting group in Facebook, painting Facebook group. And where does she live at? I don't know where she lives at, but let's check. What state does she live in? Well, let me see. It doesn't say. Wherever she lives at, right? She can find, even even remember, like when we were making fun of that one girl that had the male friend that we were talking about, but she didn't count. But remember, she was able to start like a group of random 304s, and they just meet. I'm like, you can't, so with the bathrobes. I'm like, so you can't even meet you can clearly meet a group with a group of that, whether it be feminists or what witches, whatever. I'm like, you can't find nobody. So like a girl like her, she's not looking for a normal connection because she thinks like normal is boring, and for her, boring is bad. Now, for a guy like me, I just want peace. I don't want any problems with anybody. That's all that's literally what I'm looking for. And just see what happens from there. And to be able to be in a position, I'm in a job or a career or something that where I don't have to be looking where money is an issue. That's all I'm looking for, or that's what the average man is looking for. But what she's looking for in her head, it's like, if you were to actually put like a camera to her head, what does she thinks? What kind of connection is she looking for? And it's just gonna be a picture of herself. It's just gonna be a picture of herself. That's it. Like, so if you were to put a camera in her brain, it's just gonna be a picture of herself and what she believes that she deserves. So somebody says, so relatable, been trying to find new friends, but they just don't stick either. So I'm trying to be more intentional with conversations, following up, shooting my shot to making plans. Somebody says, you have always seemed super friendly and cool to be around to me. Oh, did you actually meet her? Well, let me see. Damn. I will say this: if this comment means what I think. I'm looking at this comment and I'm thinking that this person has actually met this person in real life. So
Yeah.
or knows this person in real life. So if that's what that means, and then for her to comment back, well, that's good to know. It's almost like you're just kind of addressing her like instead of a friend, you're just kind of addressing her like a fan. That's kind
Yes.
of fucked up. That's fucked up. But okay. That's fucked up. But all right, man. And that's what she needs to work on. She needs to work on that. That's kind of not really like I hope that that person doesn't really, know her in real life. So okay, so she's a roller skater, right? Why don't you come on, there's roller skating groups. She can find that. Let me hopefully there's no
I think
music.
Put the whole down with the game.
Yeah,
I
there's
think the
music.
problem with her, she's too hype.
Yeah, she's a legend. She's a legend in her own eyes. Yeah. Look, I've worked with I know singers like that. They're they're very full of themselves. But they're singers. You know what I mean? But but yeah, she yeah, in her mind, she thinks she's like
Number one.
yeah, she really thinks she's that one, you know. And it's no disrespect to her, cause now I'm looking at her photos now and whatnot. I'm not saying that she's not pretty or she's not, but I know plenty of girls that are prettier than her that have a way better attitude.
Yes.
So, you know what I mean? I know girls that look similar to her or prettier, really. Way more I'm talking about desired and everything, thirsted after it, that have a way better attitude than she does. But like I said, unfortunately, Instagram has made it where the average girl can get like 100,000 followers, but she's still average and she's still broke. But she doesn't see herself as that, as the broke average girl. She's looking at her follower count and she's like, damn, I got almost 100,000 followers. She's looking at her follower count and she's like, that should be, she's almost looking at it like, look, I got 100,000 followers. That means I really should be getting with a guy that makes over 100K.
Yes.
I think like they really look at that follower count and they're looking at it like money. They're like almost like they're the currency. They're the currency. So yeah.
Like she's worth 100,000.
Oh man, yeah, it's just and then yeah, every photo is just her, her food, her, So okay, somebody else, yeah, but like, and also, there's another thing too is there are women that actually they do better in their lives by themselves. So that does exist, but don't make those videos where like, well, I have no friends and I don't know what to do. You know what to do about it. There's people you can find. She goes to the gym, but I'm pretty sure she's already the type because like, most girls at the gym, they actually don't really want to be talked to. Unless if
Yeah.
you're like unless if you're an actual trainer or you're actually one of the big dogs in the gym. If you're just a random dude in the gym, she's not really trying to talk just in general,
Yeah.
So that's why I try to like, that's another thing too. Like there's way too many dudes I'll see, they'll go on these shows like ours, right? And they'll be like, man, there's this girl at my gym and I want to do, and maybe that's just me being a little bit unfriendly or a pessimist, whatever. But if that, leave those girls alone.
Yes. Yes.
Don't ruin it's your home gym. Don't ruin it. Eventually,
Treat it
like
like like at your job. Just treat it like at your job. Like you
Yeah,
don't wanna mess that up.
but they don't understand like if you're at your home, okay, say if the best scenario happens and you're at your gym, right? And you get
Hmm.
to smash. Best scenario, right? You do know you're gonna still have to deal with that girl, right? So say if you break up, you're still you're gonna have to change home gyms and all this stuff because I know people are not mature with these things. If with a situationship gone wrong, or if you guys break up, I know people don't take these things right when things don't work out. So now somebody's gonna move home gyms. She's gonna spread a rumor about you if things don't work. So don't look. I always say it like this: when you're in those settings like work, gym, let the women approach you. That's how I look at it. Meaning where it's like it's clear as day for everybody else. She wants to talk to you and you're not forcing it. Like I don't believe in forcing myself to talk to people at especially at a gym. Especially at a gym. Nah.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Hmm.
Absolutely not. Like dude, even when I was in high school, when I was a lot more friendlier to my peers, right? Like I knew girls that went to high school with. We were going to the same gym. Man, it was only two girls that I knew, and it's because like I talked to them all the time, and even then, I didn't go out my way to see them. They just happened to be at the same section, and I would just say hi and then move on. Like, first of all, most girls they're not trying to be cold approached when they're at their gym. And this was like me in 2016 and 2015. I'm like,
Yeah.
especially like 2015. I was at the gym heavy. Even then, I was just like, leave those girls alone. And this was before when all the girls were recording each other, like recording themselves. These girls are always recording themselves. Like they always got the camera on. And these dudes still want to cold approach these, bruh. You're playing yourself. I'm not trying to be caught
Yeah.
on one of these reels with me staring at somebody
These
and whatnot.
these gym
Nah.
creeps. These gym creeps reels.
You know, I don't want to be caught like that. Even like I'll play some of the pickup games will be co-ed. I'll play. And it'll be no disrespect. Sometimes I'll recognize like some of the girls will talk to me, but it's there's nothing to talk there's nothing to talk about right now. But I'm not they're initiating. They're initiating, not me. This is where I want men to be at. Like it's not you initiate. It's got because in 2024, in 2024, I'm sorry, even though it's gonna leave a lot of men, a lot of men are gonna be missing out, but in 2024 is just too much risk. Just let
Yes.
them approach, let them approach, let them approach. And I believe this, if you're not looking, because unfortunately people just they do these things to look for broads, but I believe this, when you're not looking, that's when they approach.
Yes.
That's how it always works for me. Like when I'm not where I'm like, okay, I'm here because when I play soccer, that's my therapy. Just playing is my therapy. When I do my music, that's my job. It's not even my therapy. That's just my job. So you'll just, and so everything is just
Chris.
business from there.
Chris.
So yeah.
Like if you know this content creator who name is Austin Dick.
Austin, are you talking about Austin Dunham?
Is it Don or Dick? I think he's in his 40s and his head is bald.
Oh no, that's not. Sorry. So that's somebody different. My bad. So
Yeah.
Austin, who you talking about? You say he's bald?
Yeah. And he's a black dude. And I haven't watched him in a long time. But he said, but he said, like women are like Or like butterflies, like when they chase butterflies down, they just like run away. But like when you're doing your own thing, like butterflies just sit on your shoulder or on your face.
Yeah. That's a decent, analogy. But that's just when that's unfortunately that's when people want to talk to me when I'm not trying to talk to people. That's just in general with people when I'm really not looking for people to talk to me. That's when people want to talk to me. But I'll
Yeah,
definitely say this when it comes with women, when you're just doing your own thing, it's a catch 22 because I'll really be there's certain spots I'll go to. I just want to do my own thing. I don't want to be bothered. And then that's when the woman will want to talk to me. And then I just try to keep it as short as possible. Now, sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't, meaning because I keep it short, then they see me again, they still want to talk to me, But I guess another thing that what that is like, you know, this happened to my cousin too. So like I remember my cousin was talking to this Puerto Rican chick and then after he was done talking to her, he's like, she was like, you know what? You're the first black dude that didn't try to hook up with me and whatnot. And he was just like, okay, thanks. He was at a gym in New York. It was a celebrity that he met, a celebrity IG, one of those quote unquote plus size models. Like she's like one of those quote unquote thick girls, but she wasn't like
yeah.
super fat. But he met her and he was they just happened to talk. And it was nothing. He didn't even really know who she was until she was like, "You don't know who I am?" And then she literally showed him his profile and said, "Oh, that's cool." And then he just but she was just so intrigued by that she gave him his number and everything. So that's usually how it that's usually how it works. He wasn't really phased, at the time, and what's the funny thing is she fits his type of girl that he'd be liking to smash, but he just said just that particular week when he was at the gym, he was just there for business for that specific
Yes.
day. I don't know if he was doing photography that day or whatever. He was photographing somebody else, but she was like, "Man, you're the only black dude that didn't try to, hit me up to try to smash while I'm at my gym." So I was laughing at that. I was like, you know what? I know he's not lying about this story because unfortunately ninjas are that reckless. A lot of ninjas are that reckless. Even in late 2020s, people are still that reckless to be doing stuff like that. But
Yes.
it is yeah, it is what
It's
it is.
risky now. Way
Yeah, that's
risky.
that's that's risky business. So let's move on to this topic. You know, let's talk about Joy Reid, right? And I guess Byron, what's it, Republican Representative Byron Donalds. Let's do some research on him, real quick. Let's see who he is. So Byron Donalds is a United States representative, right? For Florida. Ah, here we go. So you already know. So you already know. So yeah, yeah, yeah. So Republican, he's representative from Florida. So he's gonna have some interesting views. So apparently they're saying that so this is what mainstream media is saying about him right now. They're saying that he made some comments back in the day where he praised the Jim Crow era. Now, I'm going to have to look at the exact quotes because they always are trying to portray black Republicans as Uncle Toms. And then I'll read the actual quote and I'm like, well, he didn't really say it like that. So I got to see his actual quote. So they're saying that he said something like that. Let's look at his Wikipedia because they might even show even show it. They said on Jim Crow. Let me see. Okay. Okay, so let me see if this was the quote. So they're saying that Byron Donalds pushes back on Democratic criticism after saying the black family was together during Jim Crow. So I don't know. So okay, is he okay? If he said that verbatim, was he actually praising the Jim Crow era, or was he just trying to
No,
make a point?
that, that he
It
was trying to
sounds
make a
like he was
point.
just trying to make a point, which we've actually said this in this space where I'm talking about before the civil rights era, the black family was like the most like black couples were the most married, even like I'm talking about amongst all races. They were the most married because people keep saying, no, slavery destroyed the black family. No, that's not true. That's not true. Even Dr. Umar Johnson acknowledged this. Hold on. I got the perfect. Let me bring up a Dr. Umar Johnson clip real quick. Because he's actually talked about this. Because that's a common misconception, but people don't even understand the black family during those times were actually the most together. you know, that doesn't mean so that's true. That doesn't mean you're praising the Jim Crow era. So I don't know, like, was he actually praising the Jim Crow era, or was he just trying to make a point? I'm gonna lean towards that he was
All he's
probably just
saying
trying to make
is,
a point.
uh, all he's saying is, the, the family structure was even still strong back then when people were getting affected by Jim Crow.
Exactly. That's what I believe. I believe this as well. So, but you know the hold on. So fair use. By the way, but because you know mainstream media they like to flip your words. So I really have we gotta I'm very cautious on what the mainstream media does. I always say this as a caveat. My favorite athletes growing up was Allen Iverson, Terrell Owens, and Mario Balotelli. They would say things and then the media would literally take it and bring it to another stratosphere. And you'll just be like, what? Like Allen Iverson is most famous for his rant about him talking about practice, right? But people don't understand in that press conference, he wasn't talking about him he wasn't talking about himself, oh, I don't need to practice. He was just talking about he was just saying like my friend just died. My friend of like 20 to 30 years just died and um people are talking about I'm about to get traded. This is the worst week of my life and people are talking about practice. What are we talking about? What are we talking about here? But most, normies, they kind of took that interview and kind of like took it as Allen Iverson don't practice, but he was he was going through like the worst month of his life. As an athlete, as a man, one of the worst months of his life, and one of the reporters brought up some irrelevant shit, which was practice, which was irrelevant during what he was going through. But normies took that and ran with it. So I have to be very careful because when I see comments like, "Oh, he's praising the Jim Crow era," let's not do that to that man.
Yeah,
That's such a
that's a
strong
reach.
thing to say. Yeah, that's a reach.
Mhm.
So let's like so any commentators or anybody chiming in, let's not do that. Let's not do that to that man. So let's hear him out
Um,
here with her and Joy Reid. So I guess they have a show today. Sorry, this is I hope this is the full. Let me see. Okay, so this is the quote. So the quote is about to pop up here. And here we got Joy Reid here, and she's gonna talk. Fair use, fair use.
Some recent comments by Florida Congressman Byron Donalds have been condemned by House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, the Congressional Black Caucus, the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, Jamie Harrison, and the president of the NAACP, Derek Johnson, just to name a few.
I don't care about those people. I don't care. I do not care about these people. These people got to be, look, man, unless if it's somebody from the Nation of Islam, those are the only like black leaders I respect. Everybody else, they just kind of fugazi to me. Like, no disrespect to anybody else, but like I actually like respect like a Minister Farrakhan, right? Anybody associated with the Nation of Islam, I can respect them because at least their message is about self-sufficiency, not, you know, their message is more on together we could do this by ourselves. We don't need the power. We don't need to for what we can take ourselves. I can respect that message. So that's why I got respect for the Nation of Islam, you know, Elijah Muhammad, rest in peace. Malcolm X, rest in peace. Who else? Khalid Muhammad, rest in peace. Am I missing anybody? Or people of the Nation of Islam leaders today. Minister Tony Muhammad, he had some great speeches that I heard in 2019, like really great speeches, which, you know, unironically made me less pro-black. You know what I mean? Because his speeches were actually very powerful. It actually made me less pro-black. It's kind of weird, but you know, those guys, they have a great message. They like in terms of when they talk about the greatest enemy is not the white man. The greatest enemy is myself and how I look at myself. I can respect a message like that. But everybody else, when you talk about the NAACP, the, you know, BL, Black Lesbians Matter, who else? What other group? The Christians, you know, it's really hard to take them seriously.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I grew up with my mom. My dad and my mom, things didn't work out. As an adult, I look at my father and I say, bro, I don't know what happened, but you my father and I love you. Wow. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. Wow. But I'm going to tell you this. Growing up, the one thing I knew I wanted to do, and this is not about my father, this is about what I wanted to do, is I wanted to be a father to myself. Wow. And so one of the things that's actually happening in our culture.
So far so good with his speech. So he's just talking about his past with his father and his mom, things not working out between his father and mom. So that's the stage that he was setting. Okay. So far,
things that's actually happening in our culture, which you're now starting to see in our politics, is the reinvigoration of Black families with younger Black men and Black women. And that is also helping to breed the revival of a Black middle class in America. You see, during Jim Crow, the Black family was together. During Jim Crow, more Black people were not just conservative, because Black people always have been conservative minded, but more Black people voted conservatively. And then HEW, Lyndon Johnson, and then you go down that road, and now we are where we are. What's happened in America the last 10 years, I'll say, because it's my contemporaries as well as his contemporaries.
So they took that quote and said that he was praising Jim Crow.
Yeah. That's a hell of a reach.
This is the stuff that we say. Everything that he said, we've actually gone further than that. He was just we've actually gone. I'm talking about we've gone further than that. We've actually dude, Dr. Umar Johnson said the same thing. He said, bro, I'm gonna bring up the YouTube video. Dr. Umar Johnson said the same exact thing. Dr. Umar Johnson. Oh, I'm telling you. So they just don't like black male Republicans. They just don't like.
They don't. That's true.
First of all, he sounds like he's in a room full of black people. That's what it looks like. So I don't know. He looks like he was at a black conservative convention or something.
If you want me to tell you the truth, how they look at black conservatives.
How do they look
Right.
at them?
They look at them as like traitors and Uncle Toms. Like I'm just telling you the truth. That's how they look at them, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
but it's always the same thing. So that's the quote that they're taking. I'm thinking he said. I'm literally thinking like he probably said something. Remember when Soldier Boy said something crazy where he's like, "Shout out to the slave masters because if it wasn't for the slave masters, we wouldn't be rocking no chains." Remember when Soldier Boy said something crazy like that in like
Yeah.
2008? And I'm like, that ninja is an idiot. So I remember he said that. So here he's just saying at that time we were the most to he was just saying, but he was even saying just black fam. He was just saying black people in general were just together during that time. I've heard plenty of black leaders say that. What are they trying to do to this man? What are they? I've heard plenty of black leaders say that. Even the left-leaning black leaders, I've heard them say that. They just don't like black male conservatives. They just don't like them.
Yeah.
They just it's yeah, they just like if you're a black male conservative, you better hide that shit. You better hide it. You better this was the most normal speech that I heard from any black male. He wasn't even pandering to anybody. He was just telling he looks, first of all, he looks like he was at a convention for like black. He looks like he was at some kind of black function because I just hear ninjas in the background. That's all I hear.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about? People act like he's like in front of white people and saying this. He's in front of ninjas and he's just saying during this time, he's not praising he's just trying to say he's making the point as black people were more together when there was a common enemy. Which
Yes.
I've heard plenty of leaders say that on both sides of the aisles. I've heard liberals say that. I've heard conservatives say that. I've heard white people say that. I've heard Mexicans say that. So what are we talking about? I've heard people of other races say, yeah, black people are actually more together during that time.
Yeah.
and I've heard Asians say like, oh yeah, black people are a lot more separated than they were in the past. That's just facts. That's not even them being racist. So that is a hell of a reach. Look, man, what people need to start suing these media companies for putting certain headlines out there, because the way they had the headlines, like the way they had these headlines, watch this. These headlines are criminal. These headlines are criminal.
They need to get fact checked.
Yeah, like this is criminal to do that to these guys. Like you'll have a headline basically, Representative Byron Donalds pushes back on Democratic criticism after saying the black family was together during Jim Crow. Like the way you put that headline, you acting like he's praising Jim Crow. Or you'll have a headline like this saying Byron Donalds cannot stop praising the Jim Crow era. What? That's a criminal. That's criminal to make a headline like that. That's criminal. That's criminal to make a headline like that. That's insane.
They don't like it.
They
don't
yeah,
like
like any black male conservatives in this chat or anybody that came through, look, they just if you're a black male conservative, just don't even say anything. Just go about your day, date your white women, whatever, or your Latino women, and just move on. Because if you got like when you're dealing with that's like when you got like powers that be, that's just like they're just trying to keep you on that Democratic plantation where you're not even allowed to think alternatively, where they can
You
just
can't even be a centrist.
when they could just take you can't even be a centrist when they could just take a quote like this and take it way out of context. I'm talking about way out of context. Like this is this is criminal. And then of course he's gonna defend himself when he made the comment. Now then they make it look at it. Representative Byron Donalds defends comments about Jim Crow, and that's not what he said. Now they're acting like he's defending Jim Crow. What? Like this is criminal. Like they know he didn't do that. But like I said, like
people are evil. They are
you,
evil.
like yeah, that's I'm telling you, journalists and these people are evil, bro, because they know that the normies are not gonna look at the video like I did and just be like, okay, what did he actually say? So like you see how so Pyro, you see how we're here right now. We're just like, wait. What did he actually say? Most people, they don't have that kind of time. They're just gonna look at the headline and be like, he's praising Jim Crow. Oh, it's another Uncle Tom black male conservative. And that's not what happened. Oh,
That's
but
true.
that's wow. Because I'm really looking for it. It's very clear that they're just mad that he's a Republican. He's a black man and he's Republican, and I'm pretty sure he has a white wife, so that's probably why they're probably mad at him. So let me see. He probably has a white wife. I'm not even. Let me see. Byron Donalds. He probably has a white wife, and that's probably another thing that they're not gonna admit this, but they probably don't like that. Who's Yep, he has a white wife. Yep. Married since 2003. So he married her at okay, so so they're saying 2003. So he married her 21 years ago, so she was 23. So yeah, so they probably married straight out of college.
And are they still married?
Apparently, yeah. Apparently, they're still married. Yep.
If that was a black woman, like
yeah, so it's clear he's a black he's a black male that's a conservative and he has a white wife. So most black women are just gonna look at him and they're just not even gonna give him they're just not even gonna listen to what he has to say. They're not even gonna they're not even gonna listen to what he has to say. Yeah, they're not gonna admit this, but that's really what it is.
You're starting to see more black people be married in homes, raising kids. It's when you home with your wife raising your kids, and then you look at the world, you're saying, no, wait a minute, time out. This does not look right. How can I get something to my kids? It goes back to the conversation of generational wealth. Not just having a job, generational wealth.
I am joined now by Florida Republican Congressman.
Yeah, that was a massive reach. That is a massive reach. I'm really looking for it. He said something that I've heard people of all races have said. I've even heard their top panderers. The other hoe ass nigga, what's his name? Young Pharaoh, right? These even I've heard the pandering pro blacks. They've said the exact same thing that he said. So that's evil. I can't believe they did that to this man. So and then look at what they put as the headline. Look what they did to him. Look what they did to him during Jim Crow. The black family was together. Look what they did to this man. Oh my God. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe they did that to this man.
I mean, they're gonna keep down a black man.
Wow. They're gonna
like they always say.
And interesting that the liberals will accuse the conservatives of doing these kind of things, but then anytime a black man that is a Republican has a different point of view, the white liberals show their true colors real quick when you don't follow their politics. That's what I've discovered throughout my life when it comes to who's the most racist and all this stuff. I'm gonna tell you guys this: when you're not following, when you don't fit the stereotype, or how about this? If you're white liberals look at black people a certain way, the same way white conservatives will look at black people a certain way. But with liberals, if you don't fit that description and you don't agree with what they have to say,
Yeah.
they show their true colors real quick. And you'll be like, damn, I thought you were supposed to be a liberal minded thinking individual. And
Nah.
I'm talking about, they'll be white and they'll call you a traitor to your own race, or they'll call you a
Mhm.
Uncle Tom, or they'll be like, you don't act as black as I thought you would. And you're like, who are you? Like it's the wild. I've been through this. Like it's the wildest thing. You don't talk. There'll be a white liberal talk to you, be like, or an Asian liberal talk to you. In my case, talking about you don't sound black enough. And then where a white conservative dude had to tell the Asian liberal, what are you talking about? That's what happened in my case. So it's like it's crazy. It's like where you don't fit what they think that you are, then all of a sudden their true colors come out real quick. It's how you're gonna let the white liberal media, like Joy Reid, as a black woman, I don't know how you're gonna let the white liberal media paint this black man a certain way. And let's be honest, I'm pretty sure what happened is Joy Reid looked up Byron Donalds and saw that he had a white wife and was
Yeah.
like, "Oh, I'm finna stick it to this brother." I think like that's my opinion on that end. That's my opinion on that end. But I could be wrong. But for you to put that, to kind of attach that quote to him, to where you're trying to act like that he's praising Jim Crow, that's a whole level of evil that you can't even be mad. Like you can't even be mad at you can't be talking about how Bill O'Reilly's racist and Fox News is racist, and then you do something like this to a black man. Like that's just criminal. But
Byron Donald. Congressman, thank you for being here. We played that lengthy segment. That is what you posted on your social media. The part of what you said that people take issue with is this line, which I'm going to read back to you again. You see, during Jim Crow, the black family was together. During Jim Crow, more black people were not just conservative. Black people have always been conservative minded, but black people voted conservatively. But it is that during Jim Crow, the black family was together. That's what people have taken issue with. What are they missing?
what do you mean? What are they missing? It was. What are you missing? That's what really the question is. How old is Joy Reid? Isn't she like 50 something? I gotta see.
She looks that age.
Like, how is she still that stupid at that age? Like,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Like,
you have no
like,
excuses to be that stupid.
like at age 50 something, you like, it's not even a matter of context. It's that's what it was during that time. Black people in general were more together. That's what it was, because there was a common quote unquote enemy, right? Now, with the thing with integration, with Lyndon B. Johnson, with his policies, with the civil rights movement, things started to change. That's just what happened. That's not a matter of praising Jim Crow. He's just telling you, when we were more organized, when we had to only rely on ourselves, we were more together. There was probably more black. That's when Black Wall Street was existing during that time. So that's where probably most of our best inventors, our best musicians, our best people really came from around that time. That's not to praise Jim Crow. It's just he's just trying to tell you the power of unity, the power of having the black family unit together. Is if he's just trying to say, okay, if during that time, if the black family was the most together and we were able to do certain, we were still able to accomplish certain things, how more we could do it during this time. If the black family were together during this time, it would be the Latinos and the black people in terms of when it comes to population. Black people wouldn't be, you see how like the white population is declining now. If the black family unit was together during this time, we would be fine. We would be fine. Even if we weren't, even if we were still struggling economically, we would be fine because we would have the black family that's still together. When you look at the Latinos, they're making babies like this. They're not stopping, right? Whether their family unit is surviving or not, they're making babies. Now with the black family, not only are the black family not together, the black women are literally deleting their babies and yeeting their babies at record margins.
And then even if they're having babies, most of them are eventually gonna be troublemakers when they get older, and they're gonna be deleted. So they might end up not making babies themselves.
So most of them are not even in an ideal situation once they get there, once they get to this earth. So he's just saying, look at what we can accomplish if the family is together. That's I don't know how they can't. I don't know why they can't see this. But like I said, when you're dealing with that, somebody with the, the democratic plantation slave mindset, they don't, if they hear a free man talk, right? And I'm not saying because he's Republican, he's free, but if they hear somebody with just a different point of view, even though it's not really a different point of view, she got triggered by him as a person because he's a black man, he's a Republican, and he has a white wife. And because he happened to mention Jim Crow to make a point, she just got triggered. That's all. Like that's that for you to have that kind of mindset just shows how easily controlled as a person you are. If that's what it took for you to get triggered, that's just sad.
Frankly, what's really happened is that you have, Democrats and you have the Biden campaign, and some of the media want to twist my words for political purposes. The overarching issue is talking just about black families and why you're seeing a trend of black people leaning towards Republicans in this election cycle and probably in election cycles to come. And part is that when you're
now, I figured that out in 2 seconds, just watching that clip, right? The separate clip where he was talking. Now, I don't have no degrees. First of all, I'm terrible in school, just in general. I'm not even a good test taker. Like, I'm awful at school. Now, here we have this broad here. She probably has all the degrees under the sun, all this stuff. Yeah, you can't comprehend something that simple where it's just like
basic.
This is basic stuff. But these are the people that be on TV.
Raising families, raising kids, etc. You're now thinking about all of the public policy issues, all of the economic issues, all of the education issues. And that's leading people to have divergence in political thoughts. That was the only point. The stuff that comes up about Jim Crow and twisting my words, saying I was being nostalgic or saying that Jim Crow was good for black people, that's all political spin. It's a lie.
So I saw this. So what he's saying, I was seeing that on Twitter, right? So you have, let me see if I can bring this up. So on Twitter, you have all these things about this clip, right? And her. Let me see if I can do another search real quick. So it's just, it was a lot. Yeah, it was a lot of people on there. Oh, then I saw this so Jason Whitlock made a great point. So So remember when the other day I made the video about Monica McNutt and Stephen A. Smith, and how I
Yes.
said that actually Stephen A. Smith was right. Monica McNutt was in the wrong. But like I said, unfortunately, you can't. It's apparently it's illegal to say a black woman is wrong. Apparently, I don't know when they passed this law, but apparently it's illegal to say, hey, she's you know she's wrong. Actually, First Take actually talks about women's sports a lot. Like anytime a woman would gain any type of clout doing any type of sport, First Take would cover it. The reason why they did that was because Stephen A. Smith was scared that he was going to lose his job when he said that thing about Ray Rice's wife. When Ray Rice's wife got beat up, he said some real shit. All he said was, this is unfortunate this happened, but we also have to address when we're talking about women instigating these issues. Because he said that, he got suspended from ESPN, and ever since then Stephen A. Smith has gone over and beyond to praise every female athlete that so much as takes a piss. That's what he's been doing, just for a strag to come on his own show and saying he hasn't been doing nothing for a women's sports or the WNBA. That's why Stephen A. Smith was like, wow. Because he's been bending over backwards to appease these 304s, and they're still saying he's not doing anything just because he believes that Caitlin Clark should be treated a certain way. And that's just his opinion. and people were going at Stephen A. Smith like he was in the wrong. I'm like, no, Monica McNutt is in the wrong. But this is where Jason Whitlock comes in, who, by the way, is one of Stephen A. Smith's biggest op right now. So for him to say this is very powerful. He said here, Joy Reid is Monica McNutt and Byron Donalds is Stephen A. Smith. Rinse and repeat. You can't reason with black girl magic delusion. And those are just facts. So right now, I'm talking about it'll just be anytime a black woman has a quote unquote gotcha moment on a black man on live TV, they're just gonna say she won the debate. That's how very low frequency thinking the average black person thinks when it comes to these kind of things. So unfortunately, they're gonna label him, what's his name, Byron Donalds, Uncle Tom, even though mainstream media took his quotes way out of context, like way out of context, criminally way out of context. So let's go back to the video here.
It's gaslighting, and that's truly unfortunate.
So here's the challenge, Congressman. You started out talking about your family, talking about your mom, talking about being raised, and you on your own brought up Jim Crow. In fact, you said Jim Crow 3 times for emphasis. It wasn't the media or the Democrats.
She cannot be serious, bro. You brought up Jim Crow 3 times. It just happened to come up. He's trying to make sure he's making a point. He's making a point. During this time frame, this is what was happening. And he was bringing up the 3 important things when it comes to talking about the family, how black people were voting politically, and what kind of money and how the money was being how the money stayed in the community during that time. That's kind of the point he was trying to making, and he was just making the point this was happening during this time. So I don't know, maybe the glue that these people, when they wear these wigs, I don't know if the glue is getting into their brains. Like I don't know if the glue is finally seeping into these people's brains when they make these when they talk or when they think. I don't know how they can come to this conclusion when watching this clip. These people are insane. Like, remember, like Pyro, remember back in the day when we'll watch Fox News and they'll say, like, they'll see something a ninja says and they'll take it way out of context, and you'd be like, how the hell did they come up with this conclusion off of a rap song or something like that? And now flip it. Now we're in 2024. In 2024, we got MSNBC taking a black man's quotes way out of context, labeling him something that he's like not, using ad hominem attacks. I'm pretty sure in this interview that she's gonna bring up his white wife. It's crazy how the pendulum has flipped, where it was Fox News usually doing stuff like this. Now it's MSNBC. It's crazy. Even though MSNBC has always low-key done stuff like this, but it's just like now the pendulum is now to the far left now.
Or gaslighters who brought up Jim Crow. It was you. You brought up Jim Crow. So why did you use Jim Crow specifically as your reference? You did that. No one else did that. You did it.
Oh, I did. We were having a conversation, just talking as, black people in Philadelphia. But if you're going to use the chronological timeline of America before the Great Society and Lyndon Johnson's time period, you had, unfortunately, the Jim Crow era in America. During that time period, the marriage rates of Black Americans was significantly higher than any other time since then in American history. So it is a divergence if you're talking about marriage rates in the Black community. They have plummeted. And what we've seen recently in America, which is a very good thing we should all celebrate, is that the marriage rates in the Black community are rising again. That's good for Black families. That's definitely good.
So he was just talking also in that video, he was talking about how now there is a resurgence recently of Black families getting together and getting married, according to his research. That's what he was, I guess that's the third part that he was trying to get at. So I like I said, I'm looking at her, like, she looks first of all, she looks crazy. First of all, she got a whole Donald Trump wig on. No eyebrows. I don't like, she got some soulless ass eyes, and you know what I mean? And so, like, first of all, she already looks insane. So I'm already gonna question what she has to, like, what her I'm already gonna question where her mindset is just off GP. And second of all, I just don't understand how she can come up with that conclusion, especially that she just watched the clip. For her to just watch the clip and just still be like, I hate this ninja. Like, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me, like, for her to watch that clip and just be like, I hate this ninja still. I'm like, what did he say wrong? But what they do, because he mentioned Jim Crow. So I'm like, what was he just supposed to just say? Like, I guess he should have just said during the 1950s, 40s, 30s. I guess he should have said that instead of mentioning the actual time. He was trying to make a point that even during that time, this is where we were the most together. Look what we were able to do. Look at how we were voting, and look at where Black families were during that time. I don't understand how they could take that quote and make it seem like he's praising the Jim Crow era. That's I don't know.
Good for Black children. It's something I want to see. I'm quite sure you want to see it as well.
Okay, let's talk about that. Jim Crow lasted roughly from 18.
Bruh. They're still stuck on the Jim Crow part. Just because he just mentioned Jim Crow. That's all. He was just mentioning the time period. He wasn't romanticizing it. He just happened to mention it. they're just gonna just stick. They're just gonna. that's just evil what they're doing. That's just evil, man.
67 after the Civil War to 1968. Is there a specific period between 1867 and 1968 that you thought was this golden era for Black families, or a time that was good for Black families?
He wasn't saying it was a golden. He wasn't saying it was a golden era. He was just saying they were the most together. That doesn't mean there was a golden era. He's just telling you the facts. That's when Black families were the most together. Now, it's ironic that we have the most in today's time. It would be perfect if Black families were together now, but that's not the case. And that's something we have to analyze. Why is that? Why is that? And then on top of that, one of the major factors is how we vote. That's another major factor behind this. And that's where he's trying to get behind. He believes that there needs to be a resurgence of conservatism amongst Black people so Black families can be together during that time. That's basically what he's trying to get at. And he was just saying during that time period, that's where we were the most conservative. Now, I believe, and he said the same thing in his speech. He said most Black men are still conservatives, but they just vote differently. And that's where we're stuck at, where you still got most Black men still vote Democrat, even though really, if you talk to most Black men, a lot more Black men are more conservative than mainstream media will lead you to believe. It's just that they can't come out as conservatives because they're not going to get no hoes. You're not going to get no hoes if you're a Black man and you're an open conservative. So that's really what it is, unfortunately. So he's really just going off the angle of, we need more conservatives and blah, 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 which is a bit of a tiring thing, but that's all he was trying to say. He wasn't trying to praise the Jim Crow era. He's just actually trying to praise conservatism. That's all he's trying to convey. But they're just going to stick to that one part where he mentions Jim Crow. That's all. They're just going to post that as they're going to hold. He said a lot more than that, but that's all they're going to hold on to and hold up in the air to use against him. It's wild, man.
Never said that. And see, this is where the gaslighting
I'm going to read what you said.
All I was talking about was the marriage rates.
Stop. No,
Joy,
that's not what you said.
Let's
play what you said. Play what he said. Play what he said.
You're saying I said it was the golden era.
I'm going to play. I'm going to play what you said.
That it was better.
This is why you don't. That's why, guys. If you're listening to me, don't argue with Black women. I don't argue with Black women at all. Like I'll take it as far as this, bro. This is what happens. Like you'll have like an older Black woman talking to you, and they'll swear they know everything about you. You're just like, I used to be a guy when I was a kid. And mind you, this wasn't like me singling people out. I just believed if anybody made certain assumptions about me, it doesn't matter if you were Black, white, male or female, I would call you out for being like, whoa, that's not true. But I learned I had to stop doing that because I was coming across as a dick, because there'll be like people that actually like me and they'll just get a simple thing wrong about me, and I'll be like, whoa, that's not right. That's not right. Now you got to fix that. But I don't do that anymore. But there are, unfortunately, particularly older Black women, they'll meet you first glance and they think they know everything about you, and you'll just be like, okay, you'll just let it go. Because it is very, I was like, dude, you're not supposed to argue with women, but if you arguing with Black women, I'm talking about like, that's a losing situation. You arguing with Black women, I said the other day, arguing with women is like, I said I said this the other day. I said arguing with women is like is like going to Home Depot, just go to Home Depot, buy a chair, find the nearest brick wall, hit your head against the brick wall for 15 seconds, take a break, sit down, talk to the brick wall, tell it to stop hurting you, then go to the brick wall again and start banging your head against it, rinse and repeat, do that for another 4 or 5 sets. That's what it's like arguing against a woman. Now, arguing with a black woman, you might as well I remember Shannon Sharp was saying playing football is like just line yourself across up with the garage door and just run yourself into the garage door like 10 times. That's how football is, basically. That's what he's trying to say. That's basically like playing football on with no just go sign up, like convince like a professional football team, convince them to let you play for them for like one game for free and play with no pads. that's basically that's what it is when you're arguing with a black woman, or particularly an older black woman that's a Democrat. Oh, bro, you might as well just give up. You might as well give up. You can literally be telling that 304 that 2 + 2 = 4, and they will kill you for saying that. And they'll be like, no, 2 + 2 is 3. And then you'll be like, well, it's really, and then they'll just take the gun out and shoot you for opposing. That's what it's like arguing with black women. I'm sorry, those are facts. Ainsley said she looks like my Igor profile pic. So yeah, Joy Reid right now. I'm sorry to do this to you, but Joy Reid right now, you look like Tyler the Creator. Igor wig. So right now, Joy Reid is looking like my guy right here. Oh, hell nah. Yeah. I'm sorry to do this to you, Joy Reid, but you leave me no choice because you acting a whole plump monkey right now. A whole plump fool. You know damn well that he's not praising the Jim Crow era. You know that. So I gotta do this to you. I'm sorry, lady, I gotta do this to you because you know good and damn well he's not praising the Jim Crow era. Joy Reid, you need to change your look. Man, shout out to War Band members that came through. Shout out to you guys. Shinobi, Juan, Garrett Grant, what's up? Man, Ainsley, you funny as hell for bringing up Igor. Joy Reid looks exactly like Igor. I'm going to call her Igor from now on. I'm definitely going to call her Igor. That's going to be her new name. In fact, I'm going to make the meme. Tomorrow, I'm going to make the meme. Just remind me to make it. I don't know if I still got that layout app on my phone where I can actually make the meme. There was this app on my Android like 2 or 3 years ago where I could just make memes on demand where I can just it's a layout app, whatever. And you could just lay out certain pictures and combine them together to make a meme. I did that for Brittany Renner 2 years ago. I had to do it to her. Anyways, let's go back to Igor.
Play what you said. I never said that.
Play what he said.
Play what I
Please
said.
play what he said.
During Jim Crow, the black family was together. That's right. During Jim Crow, more black people.
So you see how they cut right to the Jim Crow part and they left off that beginning part? Because remember, in the beginning of the clip, they showed the full speech, basically that full segment of at least that 60 seconds in the beginning showed context in what he was trying to convey. So you see how they just cut right to the Jim Crow part.
People were not just conservative, because black people always have been conservative minded, but more black people voted conservatively. And then HEW, Lyndon Johnson, and then you go down that road, and now we are where we are.
Okay, so now I'm going to go back. You said during Jim Crow, the black family was together. What was the authority of the black father in the black family during Jim Crow?
Well, listen,
what does that have to do with anything? The authority of the black man during Jim Crow? What? Let's let him talk.
Jim Crow, obviously, black people were under great persecution, unfortunately, by Southern Democrats and the Democrat Party overall.
So what was
good? That's a great comeback. By the way, what he's saying is right. They were mainly under persecution under Southern Democrats under the Jim Crow law. Just a heads up. You know, just like since Democrats has such a short memory with this, they were under persecution under Jim Crow, under Democrats, the Southern Dixiecrats, right? That like what they like to call themselves during that time. And here you are trying to shit on the conservatives. And the more you keep bringing up, oh, you use Jim Crow, but let's not forget who were the main villains behind Jim Crow, and those were the Southern Democrats. But like I said, Democrats have a very small memory when it comes to that part.
Country, that's the fact. And so, well, let me finish now, Joy. And so, unfortunately, by Southern Democrats and the Democrat Party overall.
Okay, so now I'm going to go back. You said during Jim Crow, the black family was together. What was the authority of the black father in the black family during Jim Crow?
Well, listen, under Jim Crow.
First of all, that was a very evil question that she did there. But like I said, I expect nothing else from Igor. I expect nothing less from Igor.
Obviously, black people were under great persecution, unfortunately, by Southern Democrats and the Democrat Party overall
in the
history of our country. That's the fact. And so, well, let me finish now, Joy. And so having the black man in the home was about first protecting the mom and protecting the kids. Incredibly important. It was the leadership in the home, which is incredibly valuable. And I think what we're witnessing, obviously, the last 30 years, definitely through my generation, is black fathers being at home is incredibly important for the success of black children going forward. And it's not just a black thing, that's everybody. Fathers in home help to breed success for kids moving forward. That is a great thing for our country. That's something that has been proven throughout time. So what I'm talking about is not the golden era of Jim Crow. That's ridiculous. I would never say that. And that is the gaslighting that I'm standing up to, because that's what Hakeem Jeffries, the Biden campaign, Jamie Harrison, and the like are trying to bring up. And unfortunately,
by the way, I have no respect for Democrats, especially the way they have hidden Joe Biden's dirt, his son's dirt, everybody around him, his dirt. And then they want to talk about what Trump did with some hoe in 2016. I could give a fuck if that bitch could die, get hit by a bus. And I would literally just be like, who gives a fuck? It's a porn star who accepted money from Orange Man's services. And then now we got to care about this 304. Meanwhile, Joe Biden has done dirt. I'm sorry, Sleepy Joe has done dirt. Like the people, like it's his legacy is dirt. Meaning he's done so much despicable things in his political life. But they will if you're a black man and you call that out, they will call you crazy. They'll act like you're doing something wrong for calling out Sleepy Joe for being what he is. I don't even know how he got away. Did you guys see those videos of him having those videos of him with the black families eating chicken and watermelons? How does he get away with this? This is a blatantly racist guy. But I gotta care about Trump because what? He paid off a hoe. Wow. Wow. Because he paid for played, and now the hoe want to sue him for it. It's but like I don't like the stuff. Did you guys see that video where Sleepy Joe was he had that did you guys see that where it was like Sleepy Joe had a video of him with black families or whatever eating chicken eating chicken and water, like it was crazy. I was like, how does he get away with this? How does he get away with this? How can he make videos like this in 2024 and like the black Democrats, they just act like he didn't do anything? How? But then you're gonna gaslight me into saying Orange Man bad. Why is Orange Man bad? Why? He's racist. But Sleepy Joe is probably the most racist person I've ever, one of the most racist people I've seen take office. If you look at his track record, the stuff, the laws that he's passed in the past, the things that he's been involved with, the stuff that he says today, the stuff that I see him do to pander to get votes. I mean, it's wild, man. Oh, Garrett, I might show you the video. I might show you. It came out like a couple months ago. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Biden makes video. Sorry, Sleepy Joe makes video about. I got to stop saying his name so my stream don't get shut down. Biden, Sleepy Joe makes video of him eating chicken. Eating chicken with black families. Let me see. Yes, I see. I remember Stephen A. Smith even covered it. It was crazy. This is wild. Man, fair use. This was off Joe Biden's Instagram account. Fair use to Stephen A. Smith's show. Fair use. This was on Stephen A. Smith's show. He showed the part of the commercial.
Well, I mean, you got chicken fingers. You got all this. I want the root of making sure I had the hamburger. So tell me about you guys. What you doing these days?
Why don't you share about your passion of sports?
I'm playing AAU basketball right now.
Are you really? Are you guard?
Yes, sir.
Now, what grade are you in?
7th grade.
7th grade.
This is crazy, man. This is so insulting. This is so insulting. Like, this is, how does he get away with this? How? Talking about chicken and basketball. You can't make this stuff up. Man. It's crazy, man.
Right now, I'm just doing basketball, playing guard on the JV team for my school.
How about in school? How y'all doing in school? You should tell the president about the school.
Favorite thing about it is the business academy I'm in. You get to like travel, so we've been to like NC State.
Your dad jumping from.
So just started.
Big, you
Travel,
got
so
the
we've been to
big.
like NC State, Wake Tech.
Carolina to then President.
Man, I bet you they got some. It's like, so somebody had the comment right here saying the Chappelle skits have become reality. It's wild. It's wild. And plus, I still can't forget where he literally was on Charlemagne the God show or the Breakfast Club, and he literally said, "If you don't vote for me, you ain't black." I cannot believe he said that and got away with it. And just, I can't believe he got away with that. I wow. I'm just wow. It's wild. But like I said, then you'll have like a demonic woman like this. Like, look at her face. Look at her face. She has the spirit of Igor in her, and it has manifested in her face. She got the spirit of Igor in her. Look at her. That's wild.
Unfortunately, the media has followed suit with misleading headlines, and that's wrong.
Now I'm going to talk. Do I have a chance? Good. Now, you talked about.
Did she think she made a point? What the? Okay, let's let you talk. Since it is your show, the left has paid you well, to destroy your own people. You know what I mean? But that's another story for another day. But let's continue.
The black father being in the family, being able to protect the family. First, I want to read just for our audience the definition of Jim Crow, just so we all know what we're talking about. Jim Crow laws were a collection of state and local statutes that legalized racial segregation. They existed essentially from the post-Civil War era. They were meant to marginalize African Americans. By denying them the right to vote, hold jobs, get an education, and other opportunities. Those who attempted to defy Jim Crow laws often faced arrest, fines, jail sentences, violence, and death.
Jesus, while we're alive, Igor, while we still have breath, Igor, we already know what happened in Jim Crow. Like, oh man, so Tina LaFace, black woman, it's that, bro. She's insane. She's insane. She's like she looks insane. First of all, she has a blonde wig on. The glue, I think with a lot of unfortunately a lot of BWs, I think the glue and the chemicals that they put when they put these hair hats on their heads, it's seeping through on their brain, because it's wild to me the way that a lot of them think. It's wild. It's just wild. It's just wild to me.
Now I want to talk about something that happened during this era. You said that what you were talking about was the presence of the black father in the home to protect his wife and family. In 1943, in the state that you represent, in Florida, a young man named Willie James Howard, who was 15 years old, was lynched. During Christmas of 1943, Willie Howard sent cards to all of his coworkers at the Van Priest dime store in Live Oak, Florida. Unlike the other cards, Willie's card to Cynthia Goff, a white store employee, revealed a youthful crush. His greeting expressed hope that white people would someday like black people, and concluded, "I love your name, I love your voice. For SH, sweetheart, you are my choice." After reading the card, Cynthia's father, Phil Goff, brought two friends to the Howard.
Guys, I'm not trying to diminish lynchings, but black men still get attacked for being with white women. That really hasn't changed at all. Just in general. Now, I don't know why she brought up that point. I'm not sure why she brought up that point. I don't know what that has to do with him, with the representative advocating for more conservatism. I don't know why bringing this lynching, or like say if she brings up Emmett Till, I don't know what that has to do with his point.
Home and demanded to see Willie. Despite his mother's pleading, the men dragged Willie away and then kidnapped Willie's father, James Howard, from work. The men drove the two Howards, to the embankment of the Suwannee River, bound Willie's hands and feet, stood him at the edge of the water, and told him to either jump or be shot. Willie jumped into the cold water below and drowned while his father was forced to watch at gunpoint. Willie's dead body was pulled from the river the next day. You said that during the Jim Crow era, the importance of having a black man in the home was to protect his family and to protect his wife. I actually spoke with somebody who lived through Jim Crow. Her name is Merle Evers Williams. And Merle quoted to me a man named...
So... I'll say this. Black women have a lot of nerve. A lot of nerve with that. Where basically she's trying to blame black men for whatever, like if certain, like say if certain tragedies happen to their families that was out of their control, it's still the black man's fault for allowing that evil to happen to his family, even though that was out of his control. I mean, that's kind of an interesting way to put it, because I know good and damn well, I'll say this, I know good and damn well if the Holocaust was brought up, that she's not blaming no Jewish man for his family being being put into ovens, literally ovens. I know she would have no, there's no, like, she would not even think about risking her job by demeaning Jewish fathers for when their families when their families got captured by evil people in charge during that time. That's kind of wild. That's why I find that kind of wild for her to basically undermine the importance of Black fathers during that time. And she doesn't even realize how idiotic that point is. But we'll let her continue.
Named Charles Silverman, who wrote in in Crisis in Black and White, that in 1890, the year that the Mississippi Constitution was written, the policy of crushing out the manhood of the Negro citizens was to be carried out with success. So the man in the home during Jim Crow had no rights, could not protect his wife from rape, could not protect his son from lynching. So again, why would you quote that?
First of all, that's not true. Ninjas had guns back then. So they couldn't just go up to just any Black person like that. That's not true. Most of the times, particularly when it comes to lynchings, a lot of those were people don't want to talk about this, but a lot of these things, they were always, a white woman was always involved with a Black man. That's where, like, even when you talk about the Black Wall Street incident, right? That was the final straw, which led that whole section of, I guess, Tulsa, if I'm not mistaken. What initiated that incident was, it was a white man. He said something about something happened to a white woman, that she was walking down Black Wall Street or around there, and Black men were saying something to her. And then one of the Black journalists replied to that post and said, "White women be choosing us." Basically, that's basically what he replied back in the post. And that was enough to set off damn near all the white dudes in that area. And then they went off on the community. So that's a whole other discussion that we could have when it comes to, when it comes to lynchings and when it comes to the violent attacks. A lot of those were related to, because it will be like a white woman deciding to hang out at certain places that she's not supposed to be, and then something happened between a Black man and a white woman, whether it was consensual or non-consensual. Most of the times it was consensual, and then her white male counterparts would find out, and then she would lie to save herself. This is what would initiate a lot of the things that would happen back then. Tito the Fish says, the privilege she had to even speak to this man blows my mind. It is crazy how she's basically insinuating that Black men had no authority in their house because they happen to be under Jim Crow in the South, which is actually not true. Because especially when she keeps bringing up the topic of lynchings and all these things, but a lot, particularly when it comes to lynchings, and then basically she even brought up that, Black men couldn't stop their women from being raped, quote unquote, by evil people in charge. And it's crazy how they're just looking at, she just looks at the Black men during that time as just weak. Now that's an interesting way to look at it, because I know, because look, she could think that way, because unfortunately, when it comes to female nature, anytime something traumatic happens to her or her people or her thing. She's going to blame the man. That's just what women do. But I know I know if there was a Jewish man that said something similar about the Holocaust or something, she would never even come close to insinuating it was the Jewish man's fault for why his family got taken away from him and put in ovens. There's no way she would be brave enough to say that. There's no way she'd be brave enough to say that to a Jewish man, because she would lose her job. She would lose her job. Tito the Fish said, attacked for dating white men too. Interracial dating in general is under attack. No, that's Tito the Fish. This is where I disagree. Black women were not getting lynched for sleeping with white men. Black men were getting lynched for sleeping with white women. This is where I actually disagree. Black women didn't lose any power. And like I said, the only way interracial marriage got legalized was through what? A black woman dating a white man. That was the only way it was going to get legalized. That's the only way it got legalized. There was no, if it just was just up to a black man dating a white woman, interracial marriage will never get legalized. I'm talking about black men used to get, literally their dicks used to get cut off. That never happened. There were other races of people that also got lynched as well. They never got castrated. Black men would get hung for sleeping with white women. When the inverse happened, that black women didn't have it. He said you meant marriage equal. When it comes, you say no, I meant marriage equality. Well, I see that, but it's mostly the pro-black men that will have something to say about that, because there's still a lot of pro-black men that get that they get hurt when they find out that they'll the same pro-black man that thinks that a Joy Reid is on her side, right? Or the people like her, but they'll find out I'm not saying Joy Reid because I don't know who her husband is, but they'll be shocked when a pro-black woman that they be supporting, then they find out that they'll either praise her for dating a white man or they'll be hurt. They'll be like, how could you? On some Dr. Umar Johnson stuff. How could you let them? But when it comes to marriage equality, like I said, even that, it was only gonna work if it was a black woman and a white man. If it was a black man and a white woman, we were talking about Virginia versus Loving, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's Virginia versus whatever that case was. It had to be white man, black woman for it to work. Because if it was black man, white woman, the black dude would have gotten lynched. That's what would have happened. The boxer Jack Johnson, they literally wait, Pyro, I know you see this comic, right? So you saying you're only speaking heterosexually? Yeah. Man,
Yeah.
I don't. No disrespect, Tito the Fish, but nobody give a. Hey man, no, I'm not saying that that didn't exist as well, but nobody's thinking that's such a small group of people. The rainbow crew of that sect, you know what I'm saying? But that when we're talking about yes, of course, of course I'm talking about only heterosexual relationships. That's the main. That's how life is created. That's the main thing. I don't care what them rainbow people are doing. The rainbow people have been doing whatever the hell they want for a while. Tito the Fish says, interesting that you think you have a point then. No, I don't understand your point. Okay. Anyway, rainbow people are white. Yeah, I don't care. Like I said, I don't care about those people. Like they don't like those people are insane. A lot of them. But like for example, like we obviously always had gay people, right? Lesbians. They've always been there, but they just never bragged about. They don't even they like there's plenty of gay people, lesbians. They just live their life and then they go about their day. They don't even go to parades. I know plenty of people like that. But like I said, the lesbians, they don't so they're I'm not trying to demean them, but like of course I'm gonna talk about the heterosexual couples. No disrespect to anybody else, but that's the main thing. You when it comes to like first of all, first of all, first of all, if you were a homosexual, meaning you were a lesbian, you were gay, it don't matter who you were dating. The parents would be shocked. The parents would be shocked, but it was just that's like but like I said, that's just I'm not saying they don't matter. It's just such a small percentage of that. You know what I mean? And obviously when we're talking about lynchings, you know what I mean? When we're talking about lynchings, people getting beat up, laws being changed. You know what I mean? When I bring up the boxer Jack Johnson, right? Many of these laws, when we talk about pimping laws, the Mann Act, that was because Jack Johnson was fucking white bitches. Like that's unfortunately how much of the simping can go that far. You know what I mean? Simping can ends up so far where because a black man is with a white woman, right? And in my opinion, black men don't even pick the top white woman, but a lot of white dudes still get hurt by that. So they made a lot of laws to stop black men from fucking white bitches. So so much to an extent that anytime there was an involvement, black man, white woman, a black man was he was in danger for his life. So say let's bring up the rainbow community. If a black man was with a white man sexually, yes, he'll be ostracized. Yes, that couple will be casted out. But yeah, and they might get beat up, but they're not going to get lynched. They you know what I mean? That wasn't. And plus, nobody was really looking for particularly during that time. Nobody was even looking for those people. Like even today, where they're saying that the rainbow community has a high percentage, they're still saying it's still less than like 10% of the population. So that means this is like and this is where rainbowism is at its highest now, and it's still not even 10% or 5%, or I don't even think it's even 5% of the population. So so if you even came across a rainbow, it would just be too shocking to even do anything about them. So that's why I'm not really gonna address the rainbows on that end. So Tito says, I think you're in the closet. Nigga, you brought it up. What are you talking about? I was even talking about these people. You brought it up. All right. Anyways, I'm moving on. You brought it up. I actually allowed you. But really, if you address this commentary with my family, they'd kick you out for even bringing up this conversation. You should be grateful I even allow this, because we're from the Caribbean. We don't even entertain this nonsense. But because you're on my channel and you asked, I try to give you perspective just for you to be like, oh, you're insane, bro. I think you're in the closet. What's wrong with you? This is why so I used to be like, man, my parents are a little bit too dismissive. Now I understand why. Because you try to address the situation, and because they don't like your opinion on it, because I just think it's irrelevant to bring it up when we're talking about black men being lynched. You get tight about it. Gary Grant, he's confused. He's like, what? Where did we go? So I don't even know. But anyway, let's continue. Let's just play it. Let's just play it, because clearly what I said just went out one ear and went in one ear and went out the other. So we'll just continue from there.
Like these guys, minds are set to it.
Yeah. If you're not open to even listening to why, like ninjas is not getting lynched for being gay, even if they was messing with a white dude, like they would just get ostracized. So there's really nothing to say there, you know. So, and like I said, compared to when it's a black man dating a white woman, it's different than when it's a black woman dating a white man. It's just different. It's different. The black woman is not in danger with her life in terms of the outside crowd. She doesn't have to, like, during that time, black men would get lynched for even associating with certain white men. I mean white women. So that's just how it was.
Say that at that time, the family all being in the home together was something we should think of as a good thing.
Well, first of all, Joy, the story you bring up and you're bringing up is a tragedy, one of the great tragedies of the Jim Crow era. This is why those policies they were disgusting and distasteful. All I was talking about, Joy, was the benefit of a man in the family.
Again,
like I said, he's frustrated, you know, and like I said, I don't argue with, especially older black women. I don't argue with them. They could literally say 2 + 1 = 10, and I'll just say you're right, and I'll just move on. Because you cannot argue with those people. Like that is like, that's a recipe for this guy. Like he's frustrating himself by even doing this interview. And it's if you like I said, we all saw the full clip in the beginning. Yeah. And he's at a black conference. He's at a black conference. He has said something that I've heard many black leaders have said this. First of all, Farrakhan has said this. Many. So she, like I said, I'll finish the interview. I'll finish this thing. We'll finish this out.
And sir, I'm sorry, I've let you talk for a long time. Sorry, talk over you. You've gotten a chance to speak a lot, Congressman. You're going to answer my question now and not filibuster. This is the question you want. This is the question you need to answer.
She literally asked him a question and he was trying to answer it, and she's just that's like I said, that's why you'll never, like, on this channel. Like, I don't even know why people be wanting to go on these channels when it's like a panel of broads. You know, like, you know, the Fresh and Fit. No disrespect to those shows. You know, the whatever podcast, Daily Rap Crew. It's pointless to go on these shows and talk, because it's the same. It doesn't matter what the topic is. It's always shame, them interrupting you, them talking about nothing, and they could have all the degrees in the world. They still be talking about nothing. Because people be saying, why you guys are only interviewing strippers, but I've seen on Fresh and Fit they brought on lawyers, doctors. It's the same mindset. It don't matter. It does not matter.
It was gonna be like different, but no, it's completely the same. Sometimes something even worse.
Like I don't. There's no way. There's no way. Like I could never, like I said, I fell for that trap. I fucked up. I went on Twitter and joined the panel of black feminists. I will never do that. Because I was just so, I just couldn't believe with the Jovi Pena and the Kai Cenat situation. His friend came up with the sex tape to show that it was consensual. If you see the sex tape, it was clearly consensual. And they were still saying that it was. I was like, but you have the video. I couldn't help myself, so I joined the panel and I left there being discouraged. Like I was like, there's no hope for ninjas. There's no hope. And like and bro, all of the women on that panel, they all were single mothers and they had sons. All of them.
Yeah.
It's over, bro. It's over. There's nothing we could do. This is over, yo. Like I was like, dude, there's no hope.
Right
Like,
now,
I
you're
was
gonna
so
have to
discouraged.
take your ball and go because
And
you're
it's
wasting
like,
your time with these women.
and there were two black male simps on there. One of them even
Of
saying Kobe
course.
Bryant was guilty for. I'm like, you do know that the woman got caught. She had like 10 other, she had like 8 other semen's samples in her panties, and none of them were her boyfriends. It's like I'm like, what more proof do you need? It's like it's wild, dude. White people are not. I'm telling you, white people are not our biggest enemy no more. Like back in the day, ninjas had to worry about cops. We still do though. By the way, with cops, we had to worry about the cops. We had to worry about certain people in power, in control, right? Certain white people doing certain. Bro, white people are not our biggest enemy no more. It's us. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's
Mhm.
crazy. Like that we've come like it's like we've come full pendulum swing. It's a full pendulum swing to the left. It's wild where we're at. I
That's
would never thought I'd see the day where it's just like I'm not even worried about white people like that. Like today, no. But because the stuff that I've seen black people black women say, or black feminazis would say certain stuff about black men, or like say what this particular black woman has said here, where she's basically insinuating that the black father was irrelevant during the Jim Crow era because she believes that he couldn't protect his family during that time, which is actually false. You know what I mean? But for her to say stuff like, it's just like you're literally looking at these people and you're like, it's shocking. It's really shocking.
Answer.
That's what I'm
If
trying to
black
answer.
men,
That's what I'm
hold on.
trying to answer, Joy.
Give me a
Are you going
second.
to let
Take
me
a
do
breath.
that? Are you
Take
going to
a
let me do
breath.
it? I would love
If
to
a
do it.
black man could
would
not
ask you to do the same.
protect, it's my show. If a black man, a black father, could not protect his wife, his son, or himself from lynching and violence, how is him being in the home mean that is an era that was better for the black family, or that we should think of as a good thing?
First of all, Joy, I never said that it was better for black people in Jim Crow. I have never said that. And even my own words say that. If you're talking about the importance of black fathers in the home, or frankly, all fathers in the home, it is always for the betterment of children, to have leadership. Yes, for safety. So
But
having
I will say this: there is this push where they're just trying to say that fathers. I'm talking about in all races, mind you, where they're just trying to say fathers are just not important. There's this
Yeah.
there's this a very demonic push where I is like it's something is weird. Where let me give you an example. Let me give you guys an example, right? On Instagram, there's this video, right, where a woman was saying that it's a red flag if a boy and her mom and his mom have a great relationship, if the boy and the mother are too close. That's basically what the theme. I keep seeing a lot of videos like that. If a lot of women saying, "Oh man, if the son and the mom are too close, if they're too close to each other, that's a red flag." So under each comment that was agreeing with that, I was like, okay, so will you guys admit that single mothers are raising the worst kids with that logic?
Yes.
Because
The
wouldn't
some
it be
husbands.
wouldn't it be kind of weird for, say, like if a man was saying, man, you know what a red flag in a girl is if she's close to her father. That guy would be considered a weirdo if he said that. In fact, you actually hear the opposite. You hear from guys, actually, it's a red flag if the girl doesn't love her father. You actually hear the
Yeah.
opposite. So
Mhm.
this is where so now I'm like, okay, so will you finally admit that women are not they're not good raisers of kids? They'd be like, no, that's not what you're trying to say. It's actually worse when the woman is married. I'm like, okay, so if it's that bad, even if the woman is married, imagine if the mom is a single mom and the son is all she has. And you're saying the married mother is worse than the single mother? Why can't you guys admit that you need fathers?
Yeah,
I'm like, why can't you just admit you need fathers?
they're not gonna
You
own
need
up to
them.
it.
So like you're complaining about men being too close to their mothers, and I'm like, okay, I wonder why that is. Don't you think the father, father, no? It's like they hear dad, and they're just like, it's like their skin starts melting. I just mentioned, the dad might need to no, but the dad needs to take his responsibility. Well, it's up to the woman to keep the man, and then once you start going
Yes.
down that road, then that's basically where you lose him right there. But yeah, there's this push where they're just trying to say the dads are not important. So just to let black people know in general, or people in general, that's not just something that they're pushing in the black community. That's something just we're like, particularly in America, Australia, in the UK, where they're just trying to say the father is not important. And that's very dangerous. That's a very dangerous thing. Obviously, the establishment, the people in charge, the government, they definitely want to push that agenda because they want control, and they know to get control, you need to remove the protector. So, you have to remove the protector, and that is the man.
Yeah,
In
but
whatever cause. And in the black community is even worse because they've done it so far to where like it's like to where now they're blaming us for what happened to them. That's how
yeah,
bad it's gotten. They don't even
and they know
blame
it,
white.
and they know it's their fault. Also, it was their fault at the beginning.
Exactly. So like that will, and so they don't even blame white people. They blaming black men for what happened to their own families. That's how far the hatred of men in that community has gone. So that hatred, that's going to spread eventually. So like now you it's really real. I remember somebody had a perfect meme for it. I saved it somewhere, but I know I'm not gonna find that. But yeah, it was interesting. I don't know if I found it off of Undead Chronic, but it was under one of somebody's Twitter, and it perfectly illustrated like where basically women will hate you forever if they feel like you can't or you didn't protect them, even if it was out of your control. It's crazy how that works.
Two people in a home to help provide the economic needs for those children so the family can succeed. That is a wonderful thing. We should always get back to that, not to Jim Crow. And this is the point of the gaslighting and the lying that is occurring with what I said. Don't try to impose the fact that the marriage rates were better in the higher, I want to be clear, higher in the Jim Crow era to mean that I think Jim Crow was great. That is a lie. That is gaslighting. I would never say such a thing, which is why the Jim Crow era was destructive of black people.
You brought it up. You're the one who brought it up.
Yeah, that's just evil. When we talk about evil journalism, that's just evil. That's very that's just evil. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't expect nothing less, from the media. The media, like, to me, this is way worse than, because people talk about Fox News. This is way worse than Fox News has ever done. Like, like Fox News, what they'll just do, they'll just talk about rap and hip hop
Yeah.
and ninjas in the NBA buying gold chains and stuff stuff like that. Like that's just jokes. That's just jokes. Really, on some real shit. That's just jokes. If you want to be for real about it. Like this is just evil. This is like pure evil mentality. So Tito the Fish says, why can't heterosexual men stick around for their sons? Well, if you're new to this channel, it's because most of the times the moms are running them away. That's my opinion on that. Many people don't agree with it, but I believe at the end of the day, it's up to the woman to keep the man in the house. At the end of the day, women have to keep the man. Like, women get credit not for getting a man. Women get credit for keeping a man. Men get credit for getting a woman by any means necessary. So that's just how it is. That's just how it is. You know. So in many cases, let's keep it a buck. When we're dealing with women complaining about, man, the father left. He ran away from his responsibilities. Let's keep it a buck. It's either A, she was messing with a dude that she knew was a player, or he had a family, or she knew that she was never going to be number one in that player's life, but she still was sleeping with that guy. Or B, you had a regular, decent guy. He wasn't perfect. He probably was short, probably had a little dick or something like that. He wasn't perfect. He probably didn't have the best job, but he had something enough to help you out. He wasn't perfect, but he was a decent guy. And you just didn't believe in the guy long term. So you were just like, I can't do this no more. It's either A or B. It's either A or B. So let's keep it a buck. It's very rare where it's like, okay, guy gets married, especially in 2024. This is not like the 1930s or 40s when dudes would have like 3 families and 2 families and stuff like that. That's the past stuff. Especially during this time, when you talk about 80s, 90s, 2000, 2010s, it's very rare where it's like you're dealing with an actual deadbeat father. A lot of the dudes that I've seen, particularly in my life, they're there. Trust me, they're there. And most of the times they're dealing with a baby mother that's counting his pockets. And it don't matter if he's making $40,000 a year or $400,000 a year. They steady counting that dude's pockets. I've worked at these jobs where these guys are getting their checks taken from them, literally taken. And I used to be like, I remember looking at I'm like, yo, what happened to your check? I couldn't believe I was like, I almost screamed it. I was like, yo, what happened to your check? He's like, oh, I got this baby mama. I'm like, they could do that to your check?
Yeah.
I was like, damn. I didn't know. At that time, I didn't know. They could just literally go into your check and just be like, this is mine. I was like, what kind of shit is this? I was like, Dad, that's wild. I didn't know. Mind you, and the guy that I was talking to, the guy was like, he was shorter than me. Yeah, he was like 5'1". I shit you not, he was 5'1", and he had like 2 or 3 baby moms. He was working like 2 jobs. I don't know if Ainsley's still in the chat. I think you know who I'm talking about. He's this light-skinned dude that used to work with us. I was like, damn, what happened to your check? That's crazy. And he was explaining to me, yeah, they could just do that to you. I was like, damn, well, thank you for letting me know about that.
Wow. That means you could just keep losing.
So it's more like the heterosexual male father is saying his son isn't important. Tito the Fish, are you a gay man or something? What's going on with is this a lesbianist person?
He's fit dark.
Tito the Fish. So I don't know. We always, associate, fish with gay behavior, coy.
Yeah.
So
especially over here in Jamaica.
So he says, so why do the heterosexual men hate their own sons? First of all, that's not true. That's not true. Just in general, that's not true. Even I'm talking about I know I'm putting anecdotal experience, but that's just not true. That's I've seen black men go out their way, like literally go out their way And then in the inverse, I'm not saying white men don't raise their sons, but I've seen some white dudes be like, damn, where can I fit you in my schedule? Like, and like I said, I don't believe, like me personally, I actually do agree with Andrew Tate on this premise. I don't believe that men should really, it's not a man's job to be like there every single step of the way. Like I believe, like as a father, you got to give your kids space, and particularly your sons. The son, because back then, you would have like your son. There would be like a ritual. What's a rites of passage, right? We don't have that no more. So there's no rites of passage, and when those sons back in the day, their rites of passage, that would be like at 12, 13 years old. It's motherfuckers is 26 and they still living at home. So it's different nowadays. It's not even it's different. There's no really rites of passage. It's actually a lot of over parenting that we're doing nowadays. It's either over parenting or none at all, or they're doing both at the same time. I can't explain it. They over parent things that don't matter, and then the stuff that they really should be parenting their kids about, I'm talking about both parents now. Then it's like non-existent. But for the most part, I've seen black men go out their way for their kids. Literally go out their way. I'm talking about even certain jobs that they take. I know black men that could have gone further in their careers, and they're like, nah, I gotta stay close. So
Yeah.
so I'm even really with all races too, mind you. But black, first of all, the CDC did the studies. They showed that black fathers were the most involved parents in their kids' lives out of all the races. Because we already know, as a black fathers already know they have to bat 1,000, meaning they can't make no mistakes or they're fucked. I'm talking about there's like no grace period if a black father makes a mistake. None. He has to be perfect. So it's because of that. Because first of all, the trope of black men not being there, that has always been a myth. That has always been a myth. So just in general. And like I said, if you're dealing with a woman that's really, and she's saying that, oh, my baby father's not there in her life, you got to ask, okay, where did you meet? You always got to ask, where did you actually meet the guy? And if they're telling me at the club or at this function, you know what I mean? And it's like, or many times they don't even know who the father is. And then they're saying this guy's a deadbeat, and the guy's not even the guy's not even the father of the kid. So we already have that going on. And so this whole thing about, oh, heterosexual fathers not raising their kids. Well, you think homosexual fathers are doing better? What's going on with this? What's going on?
Especially the ones that are from prison.
And then there's another thing too with women being sexually active with dudes coming out of prison. I mean, like I said, it's too much. There's never enough questions for women when they're having sex with certain dudes. Like, okay, why are you sleeping with these kind of people? Because you'll find out, if you look at a woman's sexual past, you'll find out she'll fuck all whole types of despicable type people, and you're like, you was messing with this dude. Like, we did remember the baby dad thread that I did.
Yes.
And and they showed the pictures of these
dudes.
I was like, she picked, dude, there were no Chads. There was no Chads, no Tyrones. They were just Pookies in there. Just all Pookies. Like, these some interesting ninjas.
Most of them are even like rainbow Pookies.
Some of them were rainbow Pookies that they chose. So it's like they like tell that thread. It was criminals, trappers, and fake club promoters, whatever. these people that act like they're involved with celebrities, but they're not. And they probably tricked a couple of these women to thinking that they're somebody, and they were broke. That's what that baby dad thread was of. And you're just like, you couldn't find a plumber, you couldn't find a truck driver, or whatever. And then this is what happens too, because I hate it when they be like, I dated a regular guy, but it didn't work. So when she says that, that means the guy was probably in the military, police, or firefighter, and those guys
Yeah.
are just as bad as the street ninjas a lot of the time. So
Yeah.
that doesn't count in in my eyes. That doesn't count. that don't count. Oh man. So yeah, Tito the fish, he's just wilding out. I don't get it. I don't understand
All I can
his
say
or
is that
her angle.
either it's a gay dude or a woman, because the way this person is typing is it's giving LGBT, and it's giving insecure women who can't take truth.
I will say this: if you, Tito the fish, if you are, I will say this: if Tito the fish, if you are a black man, I feel bad for you, and I won't kick you off this channel because I already know you were sabotaged as a kid. Now, if Tito the fish, if you are, you better not be Caucasian. And I'm gonna just let you know on that end. Tito, you better not be Caucasian, and you talking reckless like that about certain things. Who was it? Tito the fish. I think it's probably a black gay male. It's probably yeah. It might be a black gay male or a black effeminate male. There's a little bit of a little bit of a difference. It might, or just not necessarily. Let me take that back. Probably not a black gay male, but a black effeminate male, which is even worse. Which is even worse, in my opinion, because there's plenty of black gay men that have a lot that are not that bad. They're not that bad. But when you're dealing with a black effeminate, like the pro black dudes, the black woman is God, and like you'll be on Clubhouse, right? Trying to talk, and shh, black woman's talking, shut up. Just like those type of dudes, those are the worst, the worst type of people. Oh, shout out to Greg Hoyt. He said, I don't know how you dudes deal with it. So like I said, that's why I say don't even argue with with black women. Like I try to tell Caucasian dudes, I'm like, you guys don't get it. People don't understand. Like a black man, he's not allowed to be a conservative. If he does, just to let you, he's not unless if he's planning to date outside of his race, he's not going to be able to access any of his women sexually in his community.
Yeah.
If he is a black conservative, it's not going to happen. Because people talk about, why can't he find a black conservative woman? A black conservative woman is like a unicorn. And usually black conservative women usually end up dating outside their race as well. So, it's like, it's rare that you're going to find first of all, a young black conservative woman that's actually looking for another black conservative male around her age. That's rare. That's rare. Like the Candace Owens types, I already know. Like, she's like when people were shocked when they said, "Wow, I couldn't believe Candace Owens said her first BF was Asian." I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. Because she's like, just her being a black conservative woman, an open black conservative woman, that already means she's like an outside of the box thinking type person. Because even when you talk about the black female nerds, right? Even they are Democrats. Even they vote Democrat. Like, it's just like the Democrats, they got the black female vote on lock, just on lock and key. You know what I mean? That's why they pander. You know, they try to make sure they get them unlocked because they know the men are going to follow suit. That's how it works.
Because Punani.
So Tito the Fish said, "Are you a white male? This dude must have earplugs or something."
Come
Or
on, bro. You're
like
you're definitely
hey,
white. You're
hey,
definitely white.
Tito, you need to put on your listening glasses on.
No,
You need to put on your listening glasses on, bro. Anyway,
this guy has no black DNA. He is definitely white. A black person
well,
can just know. They could just know
I don't know.
if you're black.
Maybe nah. I don't think Tito's white. I think Tito is a black, effeminate thinking male. This is what I believe. I could be wrong. Because I don't like, dude. I've been on, like, remember when I was talking about me being on the Black Feminist Panel app,
Yeah.
and they were trying to question who I was, where I come from, and I'm like, them niggas try to look me up. I'm like, yeah, that's why I hid my shit. Because you guys are devil worshippers, and you be trying to look at them niggas be trying to look up where you work at, trying to call your job and whatnot. This is what these people do in their free time. That's why I the next time I go on Undead Chronic, I'm gonna ask him. You might as well unlink your. He might have to separate that his account from his YouTube, because that's
Yeah.
why he keeps getting kicked off, because I'm telling you, like, you can't make fun of these women for being virgins. They cry themselves to sleep at night about this stuff. They won't admit it, but they get really hurt when you talk about that stuff. So they gonna remember the what's the black woman that got mad at Andrew Wilson and exposed him? What's her Tree Logic? Remember, she said she spent all night looking up.
all 6 hours.
She made a documentary on that dude, and I'm like, damn, she was really hurt. She was really hurt that she got exposed for being basically an escort by Andrew Wilson. I'm like, and like, if I knew Andrew Wilson, I would be like, bro, you can't expose black women like that.
Yeah.
That's basically that's just, you don't even have to commit self-deletion. That's just you just you're it's almost like you giving them the gun. And they're just gonna finish the job for you.
Yes.
I'm like, she's gonna be on your ass for the rest of your life. You know that, right? Like, I'm talking about for the rest of your life. And I even remember, Pyro, I brought up that example of that girl that I knew in high school, where she kept on bringing up that one time I gave her friend $5 on the last day of school. And I'm talking about, she meets me like, I'm talking about 4 or 5 years later, past graduation. And he's like, oh yeah, remember when? I'm like, how do you even still remember that out of all the things that we've done? Like, mind you, this is a gorgeous black woman. She doesn't need to remember me on some bullshit so she don't even, she looks at me as a friend or one of the dudes that she was fucking with in terms of joking on, and she remembers that. I'm talking about all the bullshit that don't even matter. Just so she can embarrass me, just so she can, just as a joke, like, and she's joking, obviously. But now imagine if I got on her bad side. Just imagine you get on this woman's bad side. You're toast.
That's where you got robbed. That's where you got robbed.
Imagine if that girl finds out I do a channel like this. She's gonna be like, that's why he got finessed for $5 in freshman year. I'd be like, what? I'm like, that's over 10 years ago. Let that go. But so I'm like, yo, you can't do that to black women. That's career suicide.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Tito the Fish is wild. He's wilding out in the chat.
Yeah.
Tito,
even more than me.
Wait, so Tito, so Tito is he is Caucasian? Tito, if you saw me in real life, you'd be every time I meet a Caucasian dude in real life, they'd be scared to approach me. So I don't even no disrespect, but they always be like, okay. When I was in high school, mind you, I'm not a big dude, but they'll always be trying to act like like they'll always be joking about, oh man, you always looking sketchy and whatnot. And they'll say all this shit, and then they'll be coming to your channel talking crazy. And just like you're just like, bro, I done seen some of these people in real life, right? And then like you'll meet up with them, or you'll just have a simple conversation, and then always some weird shit will pop up like, man, I thought you thought this way. I'm like, what do you mean think this? What do you mean think this way? So but Tito, I think Tito, so okay, so I was wrong in terms of him being a black, effeminate male. This is just a Caucasian homosexual troll, most likely. This is most likely a Caucasian homosexual troll. Yeah, so that's weird. Greg Hoyt said, "Don't kick him off. Don't kick him." Oh yeah, I'm not gonna kick him off. Like I said, like I remember, but yeah, it's just like I said. If we look, what's crazy is this is crazy. Out of all the videos, women don't leave outside of the black women lately. After the Charleston White video, it's not really a whole lot of women that have a problem with my channel, but it's mostly a lot of men. When we talk about Riley, remember when I dropped the video on Riley Gaines, it's mostly men in the comment section.
Conservative men.
Acting like conservative men talking crazy. When I dropped my Jesse Lee Peterson video, it was mostly men in the comment sections in their feelings. And now when it comes to the trolling, it's now I got a rainbow guy in my comment section trying to talk crazy about heterosexual men and saying that heterosexual men don't love their sons, yet women abort their kids at record rates. But we don't want to talk about that. It's wild. It's wild. But like I said, oh, so Greg Hoyt says you just got to know how to poke someone between the ribs. Sun Tzu, The Art of War, read it, master. Yeah, that's true, but I'm not a good reader. I'm not gonna like Greg Hoyt. When it comes to reading, I tend to lose focus easily, so I gotta listen to it on an audiobook. But I still read some things from time to time. But I don't know if I want to read the book, like, you know, when people say like you got to read the was it the 48 Laws of Power and, you know, stuff like that. I don't know if that's good for me personally to read something like that, you know, or, you know, Sun Tzu, The Art of War, you know, because when it comes to conflict, just in general, when it comes to my life in general, when it comes to conflict, it's really interesting because when I was a kid, right? I don't have like, okay, most of the time when I was in school, I was around white people for most of my life, right? When it comes to school, when it comes to sports. So you know how, like, you know, when you'll see black dudes and black girls on Twitter arguing, man, the white man is treating me better. No, the white girl is treating me better. And it's like this whole middle school shit. And meanwhile, I'm around mainly white people for most of my life. And I would literally just in the back of my mind, I'm like, I think you guys are putting these people way too much of a pedestal in terms of how you're looking at them to substitute not fixing yourself, and then you guys are just
Yeah.
blaming black men or black women for your problems, and you're like, I'm just gonna get a white man, or I'm just gonna get a white woman, and it's just like, well, guys, like, first of all, like, here's another thing, like, people that live in certain neighborhoods understand white people beef with each other all the time in their neighborhoods. Like, they beef, like, you'll have, like, say, you'll have the HOAs, you got the Karens, right? You'll have certain neighbors, they won't even talk to each other. Like, they'll do some real wild stuff to each other. But then, like, it'll be like then, but then you'll have like a black person pop out, no, you don't see white people treating each other like this. I'm like, well, or like a black person will be like, well, you don't see they'll be like, Jewish people stick together. Well, yes and no. like it's like, yes, in terms of if you say something racist or quote unquote what they deem offensive, yes. And yes, they do have certain community funds that they put together, but they're just as cutthroat with each other as they are with
As black people.
everybody else. It, like, there's not, like, when people talk about like race loyalty and all this stuff, I don't take it to the bank, only because I see how people treat each other. I just see how people treat each other behind closed doors, especially when people don't think that they're not looking. And most of the times race is just, it goes out the window when money's involved. So that's kind of how I look at it. So so if cause so I say all of that to say if a white dude would do something to me, right? And I remember I was with a bunch of black dudes in my middle school, right? We were at what's the spot? Holiday Hill, right? And they were shocked in terms of, like, I'm talking about the dudes I was with. They were shocked because I was playing soccer with the white middle schoolers right after I was playing basketball, and they were shocked that I was talking shit to one of them. And they were like, "Man, Chris, I didn't know you was talking shit to white people like this." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And I didn't realize that they don't, because you'll have some black people that talk crazy to white people, and then you'll have like some that are actually really afraid of what a white dude's gonna do to them or something like that. And then how about this? I'll give you another example. When I talk about the rainbow community, people will be shocked that I still say the F word from time to time. Like, they get, like, people get really shocked. They'll be like, Chris, like, I'm talking about, I done seen gangster dudes, like real, I'm talking about I'm talking about hawks. And then I say, and then I'll just say, I remember I was like, man, that's a, like, I remember saying something like, I don't remember exactly what, but I remember saying like, man, that's some gay ass shit right there. And I think I did say the F word when mentioning a specific streamer or YouTuber, and these guys was like, bro, stop. They were just like, stop this right now. And I was just like, what did I do? And then I realized, I was like, oh, like, out of all the groups of people, I'm talking about, you cannot say the F word. You cannot say the F word. You can't say the Q word, right? The Q word, those people, you can't, like, and I'll still say that from time. And I'm saying, it's like, dude, it's not a disrespectful thing. It's just, look, I remember when I was in high school, I remember I was in my math class. All the dudes in my class, everybody in the class, they failed. There was this, and I was like one of the few people, and then one of the guys that was right next to me, and he was just like, "Oh man, I fucked up on my test. Chris, what did you get?" And then I was kind of hiding my grade because I had a 90%. And then he found out, he looked over on my table and he saw me with the 90%. And you know what he said right after? He was like, "You, sir, are a gaff." I'm saying it backwards, but he said, "You, sir, are a F." But he's saying it as "fuck you," not as that's just how we talk. You know, that's how I grew up talking. It's not you're not even calling the actual gay people the F word. You're just saying you're just either just using it to call somebody a weirdo, or you're just saying that just to be like F y'all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah. I'll say this. I'll particularly when it comes to the rainbow. Yeah, I'll say this. There are various factions in the rainbow community that are very racist. That's another thing people won't, they don't like to talk about. But I've heard some, I'm talking about really racist rhetoric from particularly the G community. Particularly from the G community. I've heard some very racist stuff come out a lot of these dudes' mouth. So I find it a bit ironic that we have a G person in the chat that's a little bit OD
Fruity.
right now. So, that don't even like I will just say this. If I said, like for if you saw me that in real life, that just wouldn't happen. It just wouldn't happen. it just wouldn't happen. A lot of y'all ninjas is scary as F in real life. It can't in really you meet these people in real life, and then they be quiet as church mice. And then you just be like, "What are you talking all that?" Yo, there was a girl I met via Instagram, was all up on my DMs, and I was like, "Why don't we? You seem like a pretty girl, right? Why don't we meet this out? Meet her out." This is a black woman, mind you, black woman. We ended up meeting via Instagram. Almost got myself in trouble for meeting somebody else. I thought I got catfish, but she was really that pretty in real life. But she was soft, and you'll in terms of she was soft.
Oh,
She was soft. She was a soft girl. So like everything, I was like, so what happened to all that shit you was talking in the DMs and blah blah blah? Nah, I don't mean that shit and blah. I'm like, all right. Okay. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Greg Hoyt said, "Oh man, Chris brought up the F word and Tito's back at it again." Yeah, the F word. But no, obviously I'm not gonna say it. But we, I'm trying. At the end of the day, I'm not gonna lose my channel over that word. That's crazy as hell. But like I say, yeah, like from time to time, I still be man, y'all would have hated me if y'all heard me in them game chats back in the day. Oh, y'all would have hated me, bro. Man, because I knew how to defend myself. I knew how to defend myself, man. I remember that's how I developed my, my tough, like when it came to, my tough voice, I guess my tough masculine voice, I had to develop that shit via my PS3, my PS4, you know what I mean? You couldn't sound like a bitch through the microphones, or you'd be fucked. You'd be fucked. Like I remember like it's so bad, like you can even, unfortunately, even as a man yourself, you can accidentally intimidate innocent party. So for example, for me, I remember I was on I was on Fortnite. This was when Fortnite was at its like peak. It was like, was it 2018 or 2017? And I had the game chat on. And it was like 3 kids, whatever. I think it was like everybody was trying to say what's up, and then I talked at first. Now, my dumbass. So the voice of pitch I'm using right now, I'm straining myself to make sure I'm not using my actual voice because it's actually a lot deeper. Anybody that's watched some of my older videos, people know that my voice is actually a lot deeper. I speed up my videos on purpose so I don't put my followers to sleep. So I was using my real voice on a game chat, and once the young kid, he was about like what 12 or 13 or something, he heard my voice and then he changed the pitch of his voice. he was like, oh hey, hi guys. He heard my voice. He's like, hey. And I was like, why? I was like, Ninja, why you change the pitch of your voice? And everybody started laughing at him. But I didn't mean to diss him like that. I was like, why you change the pitch of your voice? So that's how easy sometimes, like, just that toxicity came out of me. I was just like, Ninja, why you change the pitch of your voice? It was just me already joking on him. But I really shouldn't have done that because it was just it was like the kid couldn't have been more than like 10, 11 or 12 years old. But what happens is when you're young and you're in a group chat, or you're with people of a certain age, you try to measure up yourself.
Yeah,
But and it wasn't. Yeah, you just try to just to try to impress somebody. I was like, Ninja, why you change the pitch of your voice? And but the crazy thing is, I felt bad because he didn't say anything else for the rest of the. He didn't say anything else for the rest of the match. You know what I mean? But I don't want to. So that's why I don't even want to be that kind of person. Or like I remember in another case, a guy was on a game chat with his girl, right? And I think that was his girl, or there was another girl in the chat. I was assuming that was his girl, right? And he was there, and I basically was joining their party off of a random lobby type thing, and one of them was making fun of how deep my voice was, right? And I don't remember how I replied back, but I said something very rude back. I don't remember what I said back. Oh man, I'm like, hey man, we was just joking. And I'm like, nigga, I was joking too. But that's how toxic I can get sometimes on the game chats. That's why I don't really, use that. But yeah, shit can get real on the game chats sometimes because I still got that toxic shit in me that I still got that shit in me. So I want to make sure I'm respectful. You know what I mean? Off rip, and hopefully and I do admit I am still a sensitive. I'm a very sensitive person. I hide it really well, but I'm actually very sensitive. But
Same for me.
but yeah, so that's why I constantly challenge myself to watch things that challenge my point of view, because it helps. It helps me long term. This is why I'm grateful for a Corey Holcomb, right? A Coach Greg Adams. He put a lot. There was a lot of stuff about divorce I didn't even know. Thank God for Coach Greg Adams and these people. Chronic.
I'm gonna have to
These
thank
guys.
AJ for that.
Oh yeah, AJ as well. AJ found my channel because I was making fun of of Jesse Lee Peterson. Now I'm pretty sure he didn't agree with that, but he was like, you know what? There's something there, and that's how we ended up collabing. That's somebody that's challenging himself and just saying, you know what? Maybe there's more to his channel than just that. But like I said, most people saw my shit and got triggered. But like I said, most people are normies and they don't realize I'm actually a fan of Jesse Lee Peterson. I was just making fun of that situation. It's interesting. Like I'll make fun of R. Kelly. I was making memes about R. Kelly, but I'm actually, I know what's happening to him. I just want to, you just want to make jokes. You make jokes about certain shit. It's funny. It's funny.
Yeah.
What's happening? Low key, it's funny what's happening. And you make jokes. When I made jokes about R. Kelly, it was cool. When I made the jokes about Bill Cosby, I remember I reposted something about Bill Cosby when it was like a quote of him saying, "Man, bitches love bringing up old shit," and everybody loved it. But then I do something about Jesse Lee Peterson, then it's a problem. Or if I do something about your favorite conservative or liberal pundit, then it's a problem. It's like,
Yeah.
this is just what I do. I make jokes about these situations, but a lot of people can't. They can't handle it. They just can't. They just can't handle it.
Especially TD fakes.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'll say this: a lot of the stuff that people be crying about me making fun of, I was making fun of Joel Osteen in front of my mom's face. So I don't know why people be crying about the stuff I like. Dude, I was making fun of like my parents' favorites pastors. and like people like if you live in a Caribbean household and you're making fun of their favorite dude, I was all up. I remember I was in a church in front of everybody and I was just like, yeah, I don't really I have questions about this this thing. Like people like, so I don't know, like, and then I'll make like one light joke about their favorite celebrity and people will lose their minds. And I've done like in my life, I've done a lot worse. I've done a lot worse. I'm talking about to the people that actually care about me. And people be crying about this, about me making fun of Jesse Lee Peterson being allegedly a booty bandit. I thought it was funny. And people and people would in the conservatives lost their minds on that end.
Yeah.
Let me see. So we're looking at the comments here. So basically most of the comments is just people. Now, mind you, these are liberals shaming a black man for his opinion, but the so-called conservatives are the problem. You see that? Look how the pendulum has swung. Everybody look right here. Look at this comment right here. They're saying under Jim Crow, he wouldn't be in the position that he's in. So they're already looking at him like his opinion doesn't count.
Yeah.
That's wild. That's wild. Look, these comments are wild, dog. These comments are wild. Yeah, guys, if you, I'll say this, I don't think white people have to worry that much, because even though you see like white women being liberals now, they eventually turn into conservative as they get older. But what happens with black women, what happens with black women will remain Democrats. Like, they will remain feminazis like forever. They will never give up the ghost.
Until it has no benefits anymore.
I'm talking about, but I'm telling you, even if it has no benefits anymore, they will never change to conservative, because in their mind, they're just like Republican equals racist in their mind. In their simpleton, type mind, Republicans equals racist, even though the Democrats were the racist party of the past. Like, it's wild. It's wild.
Yeah.
Man, these comments is wild. It's basically just saying, it's just him. Oh yeah, people shaming. So somebody said, if he cares so much about black families, why didn't he create one? So I'm like, so he can't make a point just because he has a white wife? I mean, if that's the measuring stick, then I mean, there are plenty of pro-blacks, particularly a lot of pro-black women that are dating their sugar daddies and whatnot, and dating white dudes with impunity. So remember when we brought up those pictures of, you know, Ilhan Omar, the African woman that's at that position of power, and she has a white husband. So I guess their opinion doesn't count about the black family also because they have a white counterpart. But like I said, it's usually when it's a black man with a white wife. It's always, you know, it seems to always be a problem. And was and I'll say this too. Me personally, when it comes to preference, when it comes to dating, I don't even have white women in my top like 2 when it comes to dating preference. So I don't want to see nobody in the comments talking about, oh, you just want to have an excuse to date white women and all this, because like you'll like say something and then it'll just be like, I bet you're dating a white woman. You're probably sweating on her already right now. You're just like, you're just like, no. You're just like, I don't even like. I was the type, like, even me growing up, I was the type of dude to like make fun of other black dudes that would be sad when they found out that certain black women were dating white dudes. That's the kind of dude I was back then. So it's really not like I grow up in a place where it's actually it's not uncommon to see a black woman with a white man in terms of marriage, right? Or if you see a black dude with multiple baby moms and it's like two of them are white and then one of them is Latina, right? So this is not uncommon, for me, like especially you'll have like particularly you'll have black women, they'll be shocked when they see a black dude with a white person, a white woman. But I'm like, or like let's take Bronny James, right? LeBron James' son, for example, right? So when LeBron James' son went viral for bringing the blonde white woman to his prom, but people don't understand is where he lives is like there's no black people there. Where LeBron James lives, there's no black people over there. At his school, the only black people are the ones on his basketball team. The rest is white. Like literally the rest of the school is it's not even no, it's like no even other races, not even a whole lot of Latinas. It's white and maybe some Asians. So you can't even be shocked. I'm talking about one of those schools in Cali where it's like where the elites go is gonna be who else? There's not gonna be there's just not gonna be a whole lot of black women there. There's just not. And if there is, she's probably dating a white dude because of just the numbers. Just number wise, you can't it's just number wise, you can't be shocked if you have a black kid and you raise the kid in the suburbs and the kid comes back with a white counterpart. I don't understand why people don't understand just number wise. Like obviously that's what's gonna happen, just off the numbers. Remember the white girl that got beat up by the black girl on the pavement? She got her head banged in by the pavement, and people were shocked that she had a black boyfriend. I'm like, it's a black school. It's a black school. I was just like, guys, they were probably fighting over a ninja. They were probably both fighting over a ninja. And lo and behold, I'm like, it didn't even take that much research. It was pretty clear. She's at a predominantly black school. I mean, if you're putting your kids in certain environments, like if you're putting your kids in certain environments where it's like it's predominantly this or it's predominantly that, they just for some reason people just are just shocked that, oh man, the kid, you like like it's almost like, okay, imagine if I join a professional soccer club, right? Or sorry, a semi-pro soccer club, but most of the people that I'm playing with speak Spanish. Why would it be then shocking if I finish the season and I know a little bit of Spanish? That's just how it is. That's basically, it's almost like they're shocked that it's almost like you go to live in Spain, and then they're shocked that you can actually speak Spanish now because you lived there for 3 or 4 months. It's like that's what's gonna happen. If I live in Spain for 3 or 4 months, I'm gonna pick up on certain things. If I play with Portuguese soccer players for 3 or 4 months, I'm gonna probably learn a couple Portuguese cuss words because I've been around them for a whole season. That's how it works. If I'm around a certain race of people, I'm gonna pick and I'm just like predominantly with them most of the times. I'm gonna pick up on certain things. If you're playing, I don't know if Greg Hoyt's in a chat, but if you play in a specific key in music, you're gonna get comfortable playing in a certain key. Even if you hate playing in a certain key, if you're forced to keep playing in that certain key, you're gonna become a master at it. But
Yeah.
what this is what black women want you to do. They want you to move to a white neighborhood. They want you to be financially successful, move her and then and her family, and then have kids with her. They want they want those same kids to stay in that white neighborhood, stay in that white school, but then persecute the black son, particularly the black son, if he comes back with something that's not black. Even though you literally made sure he's in an environment where he's not really interacting with black people, even in general, outside of sports. And you're putting him in that environment and you're just shocked that, it's almost, or like, it almost reminds me, like my parents, they'll be shocked, right, when I say certain things. But it's like I like I said, I've been at a predominantly white school for most of my life. There are certain phrases that I pick up that obviously that don't the phrases that I pick up, that it doesn't come from ninjas. It came from being around them a lot of the times. Certain things that they say, certain. Oh shoot, AJ's in the chat. I didn't realize it. I don't know if AJ. Oh shoot, I don't know how long he's been there. Holy crap. Let me see. Can't unmute because he chose to mute.
I'm sorry. What's up?
AJ, how long were you there?
I just got here, man. You're all good.
Oh, cool. Yo, I was like, oh shit.
It's all good, dude. I do the same thing, man. I'm like, oh snap.
man. Shout out to you, man.
Look at that, man.
Did you see this interview with Joy Reid and the Republican Representative Byron Donalds?
Nah. I mean, I can pretty much guess the gist, but I can't stand this broad. Seriously, dude. Yeah, she's look. I don't know where she parks her broom. When she gets to work every morning, dude. You know what I'm saying? It is so crazy that, like I said, I'm an independent, guys, but at the same time, with the way that a lot of the things are going on with like the migrants being in our neighborhoods and all this, can you blame a lot of? Well, then, like, first of all, black men, we are the embodiment of masculinity in America. So the left has been against us for years, for about 50 years now, right? So can you blame a lot of black men for going either to the right or to independence? I mean, honestly. But the issue is that they just write guys like him off as, oh, you're a token, you're a tool. of the riot or all this other stuff. It's like, yo, can you guys not understand what's going on here? You know what I'm saying? So
this guy is getting flack because all he said was he was just saying he was talking about conservatism, you know, how that needs to be included, how black families
blacks were the most conservative. Yep, facts.
So he was going in on that, and he was just saying during the Jim Crow era, black families were more together during that time.
We were socially better off during the Jim Crow era than when we are now, technically. Now, so and then they twisted that
exactly.
point. But every time that I say that, people trip, because once again, guys, he's fighting this revisionist history where Black Americans just forgot that back in the 1910s, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, says the black part of town was just like Chinatown. The businesses were all black. It was a respectable place to be. All the institutions like Tuskegee and all these HBCUs and all that are still going on today were built back in the day. We know how to do things right. You know what I'm saying? But we haven't, and they act like we knew, like we never have. Sorry to keep going, but yeah.
But you see, even when you went that, he wasn't even going that far. He was just mentioning it. He was at a black conference, and he was just talking about black conservatism and black families needing to be together. And he just happened to bring up that point. And throughout the whole interview, you had Joy Reid just trying to twist up his words.
Yeah,
the whole time.
She probably had a script she was reading from. You know what I'm saying?
And
probably didn't. You know, once again, the wokey wokes think that if you don't agree with me, you are an idiot, right? You can't. The only reason why any person of color or any gay person or whatever would think this way is because they're not intelligent or they've been fooled. So when this guy actually probably gave real answers, that went off script, and then she's struggling. You know what I'm saying? Ridiculous.
It was really bad. Like the interview is gonna go viral, but when you look at these headlines, right? Because this is what happens. The average mind, they're just gonna look at these headlines and they're just gonna see, oh, Republican Byron Donald defends comments about Jim Crow. And I remember I saw one of the headlines saying Byron Donalds continues to praise Jim Crow era. I'm like, he didn't even say nothing close to that.
Do you remember when that one guy, that black kid, he went viral because he was on The View and he wrote that book saying, look, we need to make policies based on socioeconomic status, not race, because all blacks will actually benefit more from that because there's more of us in that bucket. It'll help everyone out, period, but it'll help blacks out because more of us are in that bucket. And that Sunny Hostin chick, first of all, she kept touching him so without his consent, right? And I'm sure that the wokey wokes and this M2 are all about consent. But then she looked in his eyes like, well, some people think that you're a tool of the right and just going off. And he didn't flinch. He just said, look, I need you to refute my points instead of shaming me. And it went viral. You know what I'm saying? And then he was on Joe Rogan like the next week. And Joe Rogan goes, yo, you're a superstar now. All because this chick on The View who's black came for you because she couldn't possibly, she called him a Republican. He's like, dude, I've always voted Democrat, right? But I'm trying to challenge the status quo and talk about from my studies what I think would be better. So she called him every name under the sun. And what did Obi-Wan say? If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can ever imagine. And it blew up in their face, man. You know, these wokey wokes are toast, man. You know what I mean? They are. And I did a live on my locals today about these people saying math is racist because black kids are basically saying that us blacks are too dumb to learn the that 2 + 2 is 4, and that we need to start learning how the Yoruba and the ancient Igbo and all these people counted numbers, because that'll help us with our ancestry. What are you talking about? I tell you,
did you see that clip where it's just like, I don't know which politician, it was a Caucasian female politician. She said that kids
blacks
in Brooklyn
don't even know computers. Don't even know that was a governor of New York, dude.
Oh my god, that's just sad. I was like, these are the people I gotta listen to. Tell me that Orange Man is bad. These are the same people that I gotta listen to.
Insane, man. I don't understand.
And then watch this. If you ask them, okay, what did Orange Man do that was bad, outside of paying for a 304, where she accepted the payment and now she's trying to act like she didn't. I'm like, what? So that's the person you're trying to tell me that's bad compared to Sleepy Joe, who's literally who made a whole
poopy pants. You mean?
Oh man. Yeah, I'll give Sleepy Joe a pass on that, because he's basically, I can't believe they keep parading him around. He's not even functioning.
I call him Weekend at Bernie's at this point. You know what I'm saying? Because they're just trotting him out there. You know, it's like, what? And here's the thing. I don't. There's no way. You don't have to be an Orange Man fan to understand how bad of a job Biden's doing. Even if you see people who don't want to really argue in good faith, they make this false dichotomy where if you talk bad about, they say if not X, therefore Y. If you talk bad about Weekend at Bernie's, then you must support the Orange Man. That's not the case for a lot of people. All they're saying objectively right now is Weekend at Bernie's is he's lost his damn mind. He shouldn't be out there. And Kamala Harris, every night before bed, she gets down on her knees and prays and says, Lord, please let this be the night please let tomorrow morning be the morning that old bastard doesn't wake and I can be president of the United States.
Man,
you know what I mean? So
if she's president, we're fucked.
Did you see Ebony K is got herself pregnant?
Yeah, and she's choosing to become a single mom. Like, just
I gotta do it, guys. I gotta do it.
You didn't have second thoughts.
Oh, man.
Now you a single mom. Now you a single mom.
Hey guys. Chris, I don't mean to hijack your stream, but how do you feel about the single mom dude getting kicked off Fresh and Fit the way he did?
To tell you the truth, I don't really feel any way, because most of the chicks are already talking over him, and then on top of that, Fresh and Fit literally have guys who like do worse things up there, and they didn't get kicked off, like saying the N-word.
Well, what I think happened is that I'd heard that Brandon Jamal guy, he charges people for him to be on. I mean, he asked people to pay him to be on their podcast, right? And then Fresh and Fit at the touch where they're saying, no, we don't pay anyone, because remember he had said, yo, you had to pay me or whatever. Some beef. And to Tommy Sotomayor, and Tommy goes, look, I didn't know this dude. He was supposed to be the only guest on that show that night, and then they brought Brandon Jamal in, and all of a sudden he's in character doing his thing, and it just didn't vibe. They should have had either Tommy on there or had this something to do. But I think that Myron, it didn't have him there, have him on there in good faith, but at the same time, Brandon Jamal, that's their platform. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't
Yeah.
make demands and be like, hey, yo, man, when are you going to let me talk? Yo, that's not your platform. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like that would be like me being coming in hard on one of Chris's shows, and Chris is saying something, and I'm like, and he's like, hey, man, chill out. And I'm like, man, F you. He can kick me off. Even though we're cool. If I'm disrespecting his platform, you know what I'm saying? That he can't stand for that because that'll set a precedent of the rest of the show. So I think that they were both wrong, but I think that that Brandon Jamal guy, he should have done another podcast. You know what I'm saying? I don't know which one.
I gotta because CGA had a show. He didn't. What was interesting? He didn't really address the Brandon Jamal thing of him getting kicked out. But what was interesting? He set up the show. He said how to deal with RP rage, and I think there is a large segment of particularly black men, because a lot of people found this space via Kevin Samuels, right? Or people in the black manosphere. And there are a lot of, I believe there are a lot of men that have found the space via that, and they're going through RP rage. And I think Brandon Jamal he's a bit of a victim of that. And so right here, he obviously was disrespectful, and Myron was right to kick him out. But like I said, there's a lot of.
But he left. He got mad and left.
Oh yeah. He was like,
Guys,
he kind of excused himself.
This
But
though is that, yo, I don't think it's red pill rage, because I don't really think that he might believe this, but like
he was cursing out a lot of 304s
but
for no
I
reason.
think that he's trying to come in hard into the space, and he hasn't found his groove yet. So he's trying to sensationalize and get his name out there and go as viral as possible. I don't think it was red pill rage. It was him kind of overplaying his character and his role. Because remember, he only talks into the camera. He doesn't talk to people. Do it with the diapers. Just like how there's you guys know Lily Singh, that stupid Indian girl that got a nighttime talk show. It was trash.
Yeah.
She was trash, just like a lot of other new comedians, because they blow up on YouTube. And they're not doing crowd control like Bill Burr, Patrice O'Neal, Corey Holcomb, where they came up grinding in the trenches, getting heckled, getting booed, getting stuff through the. So you learn. This Brandon Jamal guy, you don't just go on Fresh and Fit from the jump, right? Like, he hasn't established his character. He hasn't established his message yet. You know what I'm saying? So I think that he was just trying to shoot from the hip and he missed. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying, but I thought, and it's no disrespect to Brandon Jamal, but this whole thing of just going to certain platforms with multiple 304s, and just talking crazy to them if they say something crazy, I'm not saying I'm above it. I'm just a bit past it, because it's getting. I'm not saying it's redundant, but I wouldn't want to waste my time.
Yeah,
you know,
especially when Chris, you're like me, where your streams, you have fun. I think that's why you have subs. It's like you're laughing and joking. A lot of guys, F this, you know what I'm saying? I have fun. We have fun, right? And here's the thing, like I think that's kind of fresh in this space, is that we laugh and have fun. We're not all doomsday, doom and gloom. We take these serious topics and we laugh at it, right? But I was talking on my other stream that, yo, like, there's gonna come a time, and you too, you're gonna see this as you get bigger, both of us. There's gonna be 304s that are gonna start calling in and start trying to cuss us out and stuff. But here's the thing, guys. Look, I'm not gonna sit there and argue unless it's a show where I say, look, whoever wants to call in, But if some broad, there's a new podcast that Tommy Sotomayor is part of a lot. I think it's like this might get risky, I think. And guys, you should hear them. It's like a whole panel of black chicks, and then this guy is trying to be the moderator. And it's a bunch of ninjas just screaming at each other. Or when the dudes start to agree, all these B-dubs start trying to get him to try and fight each other. Guys, no. Now, I'm not going to compromise my production quality just to have some 304 on there trying to freaking shame people and do all the usual 304 tactics. It isn't happening. You know what I'm saying? So, but who knows,
Even
man?
when it comes to certain there's certain subjects I'm not going to cover in terms of, like, you know, when people talk about the man versus bear nonsense. I don't even know where that came from, but I'm not even going to talk about that. But unfortunately, if you have women on your platform,
I just did a video.
it's these things are going to come up, and I'm just like, I don't have time for that. Let's talk about
this chick just got mauled to death by a bear in California.
Oh man.
Yo, are they going to choose the bear now?
But like it's almost like I made the point on the live stream. It's almost one of those things where, you know how, like, if you had a girl in the past and she'd be like, "Would you choose me if I was a worm?" And you're just like, "What?" There's no even point in engaging in, you know, those kind of things. So
Yeah.
I leave those certain things to rest. Now I do have to look into that story though about the woman getting mauled in California. I wonder how she got in that position in terms of, I really hope she wasn't like, "Oh, it's just a bear." I really hope she didn't do that. I really hope she didn't do that. It's just a bear. And she was just like,
yeah,
it's not gonna do anything.
Yeah, it was
fuck those guys on Twitter. Fuck those guys on Twitter. So I hope she didn't do that. That would be idiotic. But it's not a stretch. It's not a stretch, because I saw some insane things via Twitter. But you know, bottom line, you know, on this stream, I just wanted to just to tell everybody, just, if you are a black male conservative, I feel for you.
Hey,
I like, in terms of an open black male conservative, because it's like,
because you don't
she only attacked him because he was a black male conservative and he has a white wife.
Yeah, but
that's
the thing,
really
B-dubs
why she
talk to us like we're children, anyways.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Especially
if
you disagree with them. So guys, just do what I do. Just don't even talk to B-dubs anymore.
AJ, did you listen? AJ, did you listen to the first part of my? I literally said the exact same thing. I was just like, I just don't argue with them at all. I said, if they say 2 + 2 = 10, just say, you know what, you're right, and just go about your day.
Yeah,
because it's. Continue on what you were gonna say, because I said
Chris,
the exact same thing.
You'll probably hit 2,000 subs here soon, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hopefully.
Yeah, you're at what? almost 1,700, man. That's what's up, man.
Man, thank you. And then and I saw the congrats on the 8K.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I
Because
appreciate that, man.
It's such a grind, you know. Because I'm really trying to.
There needs to be new content creators. You know, Pyro's is doing things too. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm more than happy. I think all of us can make sure that we help each other out, and then help out anyone else who we agree with who's coming on up. You know what I'm saying? Because I just don't want to be like, you look at the pro blacks, you look at the wokes, you look at these track-ons, they all do this infighting. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, guys, what we don't have to infight over here. You know what I'm saying? Well, A, because we know we're right. And B, like I said, ours is about choice. Red Pill's about choice. Informed choice. We don't all have to agree. You know what I'm saying? Chris's opinion is just as valid as mine. Pyro's opinion is just as valid as mine. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But we disagree on things. I don't think there's anyone popular that I agree with 100% of. But even this Byron Donalds guy, I like a lot of the stuff that he says. There's some stuff I don't like. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But everyone always acts like it's 100% all or nothing, and it's not. So, well, all right, guys, I'm gonna drop off. Did you, yo, dude, when Puffy gave freaking Cassie that freaking hurricane kick to the face, I was like, what? That video was crazy. He went, Dr. Mackenzie, whip you.
Well, to be fair, I think people are making too much of a big deal of that video. In terms of, I'm not saying Diddy didn't do anything wrong, but I'm just saying Cassie and Diddy, they're partners. They were equal partners in terms of the tomfoolery.
They bring the worst out of each other. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so, everybody's trying to be like, man, Diddy's this. I'm like, well, Diddy's always been a monster. We already know he's a predator, but I don't understand why having to see that video was the final straw for everybody. But that's usually how it works.
Yeah,
So
but a lot of the people in general that have those traits, remember, the traits that can make you the hero can make you the villain at the same time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And those traits got him to be the mogul he is. But at the same time, you have those traits and enough money and influence to literally make you above the law for years and years and years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, man. But here's the thing, I don't mean to sound bad, but I just don't see why these dudes keep messing with chicks in the U.S. Because that if he was in a hotel in Thailand and he gave Wu Lin that kick in the face,
nobody cares.
Nobody would care
at all. That's the wild part.
You know what I'm saying? No one would care if it was Bulgaria. You know what I'm saying? And he gave Anastasia the kick in the face. So.
Man, I seen like a video of a black dude, I think in Russia. I don't know if I'm not mistaken, but it was this white bitch trying to charge at him, and then he smacked the shit out of her.
Yeah.
And she landed, and them ninjas and the rest of the white dudes was just looking at her like, you see? Look at you fucking up.
I can tell you the best video I've ever seen, my hero in life, right? Was this, I think he was an African dude, and these three biggins, these three Popeye eating big girls, grease just dripping off him, came at him. He was like, leave me alone, and he had a wood chair, like a patio chair. You remember that? And the chick came at him, he went bop, and he threw that chair and she's falling down on the ground, dude. Here, I'm gonna see if I can find the clip.
Send me the clip via my messages. I'm not gonna show the video because I already know.
No,
If I show the
I probably can't find it, but man, he hit this chick. He looked like y'all remember on The Color Purple when Oprah got hit by the white boy and she was trying to fight. You remember that?
Yeah,
and she sprawled out on the ground. Wait. Oh, she stabbed him in the face with a knife. Oh, here it is. I don't think it's bad. Bam! Ooh. Well, here, I'll drop it in the private chat if you want to.
Yeah, put it in the private, because anytime I show any type of violence on my channel, they not demonetize it, but they put the yellow check mark on my shit.
Oh yeah. I don't even try and monetize my streams, honestly.
But the live streams,
I'm trying. All the courtroom, all the body cam footage and all of that. There, none of my streams I really try and monetize, man. You know
that is true, because now that I'm thinking about, all the body cam footage be wild.
Yeah,
I didn't even think about that.
I have one stream that has like like 1,400 views, but all the rest, and anytime that I have tried to monetize them, it's like, yeah, it's not happening. So, but all right, guys, I gotta drop off. But yeah, congrats, Chris. If you hit 1,700, man, on to 2,000, man.
Yes,
Hopefully by
sir.
the end of the year, you know what I mean. You can hit like 2,500, 3,000. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to definitely hit that. I don't know if I can do it, but I definitely should be able to hit 3K by the end of the year.
Yeah, there you
Definitely
go,
should.
man. You know what I'm saying? But hey, I'm gonna do another Christian feminism live. Probably not next Sunday, but the Sunday after. So I'd appreciate it if Pyro, you and Chris can jump on. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, Pyro, that article that I had sent you about that guy, he was saying, "Oh, it's biblical to have female pastors." Yay! It's like, what are you talking about? And then you guys saw the video I did on witchcraft, right? You
Yeah,
remember, Chris?
I saw that one. That was
Christian witchcraft.
Yeah, Chris. And remember that live stream we had, and you brought it up first. You're the one that gave me the idea for that, because you were the one who was saying that witchcraft is the fastest growing religion with young girls. You remember Alex, the pastor? He didn't believe you.
Yeah,
And you
no,
pulled
he had
up
no
the
idea.
stats. Yeah. So, but Archie has I got a dip.
All right, man.
Talk to you later, guys. Have a good night.
Man, you
See you
too,
soon,
bro.
man.
Yeah. So I'm a give this stream about 5 more minutes. I'll sign off around 3:00. But bottom line, we do have to sum it up in terms of this, man. I feel bad for black male conservatives, because if I'm talking about, if you are a open black male conservative and you're not trying to date outside your race, you're fucked. So, I don't know what the solution those guys' solution. I don't even know what their solution is, because I believe most black men want to be with black women, but to be with black women, you can't be a conservative. So something's gonna have to give. Your conservatism or black women. You're gonna have to give up on one of them. You're gonna have to give up on one of them. So I don't know what there's no perfect solution. There is no perfect. I know very conservative black dudes, but they would never dare not vote. They would dare not, in terms of vote. Like they would always, they're never not gonna vote Democrat. They're always gonna vote Democrat, even though they're so super conservative in social views, even how when they talk about the rainbow community. Like, do you know how many black men are against the rainbow nonsense? But they don't even realize, when you keep voting in blue, this is the stuff that you vote in. Even when it comes to the immigration, black men are very against. Mainly, a lot of them are against that. That in terms of just them, in terms of when it comes to just illegal immigration and whatnot. But if you're voting blue, during 2020, people didn't realize they were voting in, who's going to be the sanctuary cities for these people. But, they were distracted with about other things, Oh, Greg Hoyt right here. He says witchcraft and crystals gives these chicks an out for their bad behavior. Yeah, I know that was crappy, but Mercury was in retrograde. And by the way, that's why I started my channel, in terms of, if you look past all my, my piano videos, right? That was the first videos I made for my channel, right? It'll be like, I'll make like one piano video each year, right? But in 2022, that was my first channel. I mean, my first video that I made outside of music. And it was about witchcraft. If I'm not mistaken, I was talking about Dwayne Haskins dying on when he died, in the current events of that. And then I was talking about witchcraft, and just witchcraft in general. I don't know if I can look at, like, if I can find like my oldest video. I don't know if I can look that up real quick. Let's see, videos. Oldest. So we got these videos right here. We got the piano videos, and then my first video, women in witchcraft. That was my first official video right here, because that was part 2. Part 1 was in a live stream. Let's see if I can bring it up. Oldest, right here. When I was talking about Dwayne Haskins and much more. By the end of that podcast, it was people from my church that I knew on the audio team that actually tuned in to see what I was gonna say for my first ever podcast. And I was talking about how the misconceptions of witchcraft, right? What people don't understand is witchcraft is not this spooky type thing. It's just science. It's just science.
Yeah.
So I was trying to get people don't understand. It's not like, it's not, oh, they gave you a magic potion. It's not. It's like there are women out here that know certain ingredients that go together. There are certain things that you can mix up that can affect people's neuro, that can affect people's physio, right? Their cardio, their cardiovascular. So you know how like people talk about, oh man, this guy drank this drink and then he ended up howling at the moon. No, he just had rabies. So these things can be conjured up, because there are women that know certain things, certain knowledge that has been forbidden in the past, and because women want that kind of power, they don't want that power for good. They just want to be able to know these kind of things so they can. It's a false sense of power. So this really concerned me at the time. So I was like, nah, fuck this. I got to make a video about this. That's how I started. I was like, nah, fuck. Like, out of all the things, that was the thing that triggered me to be like, all right, I got to start making this content. And then that's when everything else started following up. But yeah, that was the first ever video, official video. Witchcraft, man. It's you look at, I made like, was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 music related videos before I made my first ever. And like those music videos, that's like the first ever music video I did. This was 11 years ago. 11 years ago. So like 10 years ago, 7 years ago, 6 years ago, right? And I still did, like, I remember in 2021, I still did about 4 or 5 videos. But yeah, when I started doing this content, it's really because of this witchcraft stuff. Because there's a, like, if people understood what it was, they wouldn't look at it as this hocus pocus type magic. It's not magic. It's just science. A lot of it is just science. People talk about, the voodoo dolls and whatnot. It's a lot deeper than that,
Yeah.
Just okay. People's like, can somebody's energy affect somebody else? Like, I believe this. If enough people are hating on you, bad things can happen to you. I believe that. So if you have enough people that's just like, man, fuck this guy, fuck this guy, fuck this guy. If he doesn't have a support of guys or people in general that are saying, no, I love this guy, but if it's like everybody, man, I hate this, something bad is going to happen to that guy. Something bad is going to happen to that guy. So I do believe in that kind of I guess energy ish, but I do believe when you put certain things out there. So this is why journalism and media is very important. If enough people say this guy is a bad guy, he's going to be a bad guy.
Yeah.
Right? That's how it works. So is that witchcraft? Yes. In my opinion, that is kind of witchcraft, where you're lying on somebody's name, right? If you're putting a false crime on somebody and repeating it to the media over and over and over and over again. Like, right, when it's almost like chanting a spell. It's almost like chanting a spell. You make it a reality. So these are the things. But in terms of when we talk about when Greg Coit was talking about, the chicks, talking about their them collecting crystals. Nah, those chicks, those are undiagnosed schizophrenics that are and on top of that they're crackheads, and on top of that they think they're spiritual because they collect rocks, but they're just schizophrenic crackheads really at the end of the day. So when it comes to those kind of ladies, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. They're just don't worry about it. But man,
Like, do you ever watch like Lord of the Ring?
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Yes.
They are like Golem schizophrenic.
Yeah, like those, they're schizophrenics at best. You know what? People might disagree with me on this. They need to bring back insane asylums, but not only bring them back, but bring back the people. People think I'm cold-hearted for saying this, but I say don't only bring back the insane asylums, but bring back the abuse that came with it. People might think that's cold-hearted, but it's interesting. When we had those insane asylums and people knew what was going on, in those things. Even when it comes to the abuse, with the stuff that was happening, particularly to what happened to the female patients was despicable, to be quite honest with you. But it was interesting. People acted right. People were like people don't even people forget, like, even back in the day, even if you were homeless, the homeless people, they weren't like, even though they were bums, but they were right in there. They weren't like terrorizing people like you see like on the subways and stuff like that. They couldn't just do they just couldn't do stuff like that, where you got homeless people stabbing the common folk. Like, that's no. That wasn't that wasn't a thing. And if you had kids that were homeless, they had to make sure that they couldn't just stay in one place. They always had to run away from certain people. So I'm just saying, people acted right. People weren't on that bullshit, because they knew if you get admitted into those spots, you probably were not apt to be able to see your loved ones ever again. So people were acting correct during those times. Now, I see a lot of people in the media, in real life, in these subways, on the streets, and they need to be in some kind of mental, lockup. They need to really be there in a mental spot. They need that. But because we don't have that anymore, it is what it is.
They are free to do whatever they want without no consequences.
They're just like, they just roaming free, particularly the rainbow community. You see it like in because, like, remember we showed that video of Riley Gaines and Amala reacting to those videos of the Transformers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they just look, not only do they look crazy, they look scary. Like, those people, if I saw those people, I would be running away. Like, I'm like, first of all, is a ninja in a wig. That's already scary enough for me.
And he's buff.
He's huge. They're huge. They're never small. They're never small people. So, like, I'm like, nah. I ain't. Remember the Transformer that was next to Ben Shapiro? So that like, they're never small people.
His whole hand covered his neck.
He put his hand on his shoulder. It's like it's almost like, you ever see like Michael Jordan when he palm a basketball and the ball damn near disappear? That's basically what it is. He just puts his hand on him. He's just like, oh my God. This is the conundrum that we're in, because the Republicans that are calling out the Transformers, the men that are calling out the Transformers are like significantly smaller than the Transformers. So it's literally, there's not really much that they really could do but talk about it. They can't beat these people up. They can't. They're gonna have to shoot them. They can't beat these people up. So like there's no like if a Transformer run up on me, obviously I don't carry guns. I still don't have what's it a license to carry, whatever, a permit. But if you in a space with Transformers, because I think there's gonna be a time where you're gonna have these Transformers robbing people, and they're gonna be the scariest robbing people of all time, because they're gonna have the option to take their wig off, take their dress off, and then disguise themselves amongst the public, and then at night put on a dress and a wig, and then do what they do to do the dirt that they do, and then there's gonna be a time where that's gonna be
hopefully the only thing they're going to do is just rob alone. Hopefully.
Nah, I think no. Nah, that's just hopeful thing. They're gonna be in groups. They're definitely gonna be in group. They're looking for payback, because back in the day, those people used to get done dirty. Like if it was like if a transvestite, right, was caught, a cross dressing dude was caught out in public at night, and it'll be like a group of dudes walking around. They'll be like, get him. That's unfortunately what would happen to these people. So like I said, it's everything that we're experiencing right now. It's just payback in their eyes. They blame us for for what happened to these people back then. So they're going to be in groups, and they're going to be terrorizing people. They're already entering women's sports. It is what it is on that end. I'm not even really fighting to save that, because it's already over. But there's gonna be a time they're gonna be roaming the streets, doing people dirty, robbing people, beating people up. They're definitely gonna be doing that. So yeah, we're gonna have to watch out for that in the future. But any before I sign off, any last thoughts, Pyro, on black male conservatives? The representative Byron Donald. Any thoughts on Joy Reid? Anything? Oh, Pyro. Oh, yeah. So I'll just say, like, my last thoughts on this is oh, okay. He's back. He's back on.
Yeah, what do you say?
Oh yeah. I was about to say, any last thoughts on anything that we talked about so far? Because I'm gonna sign off.
All I'm saying is, this is all just screwed up. We can't do anything about all this. Everything you just said, in every different story you just told us within 5 hours and 12 minutes. This is this just can't fix. You're gonna have to abandon ship at this point. There's no solution.
Yeah. So now that you say it, because the only people that can really fix this, the only thing that can fix this is conservatism. Low key, he's right in terms of, to fix this, to stop the Transformers, to stop the killing of kids via abortions, everything that we just talked about, this can be fixed, particularly if we focus on bringing the families back. But that's gonna be impossible, especially in the black community. Now that same rhetoric is spreading in the mainstream community, whether it be the Caucasian community, not necessarily the Latino community, but that could end up affecting them too, where basically they are trying so hard to push out fathers and trying to diminish the role of the fathers. So there's nothing to protect them from the nonsense that is about to come their way.
And it's
And
already
even
spreading to other nations.
exactly. So by that time it ends up infecting these places, men are already going to give up, and it's going to be an interesting thing where women are going to be asking for these same men that they were shunning. Like women like Joy Reid are going to be begging guys like Byron Donald to help them save them in the future.
Yes.
That's what's gonna happen. Like the ironic thing about all of this, she's gonna be begging people like Byron Donald to step up, help us, black men, we need you, and all this nonsense that they do when they get caught out. So that stuff is not gonna work in the future. So yeah, that's all we needed to say today. I know I went way over time. I have like a gig in like 5 hours too, so I'm fucked. But so yeah, I gotta wake up for a gig in like 5 hours for like a Juneteenth thing. So yeah, I gotta sign off for now. Pyro, thank you for tuning in, being on the panel, man. Greg Hoyt, thank you for being in the chat. Even Tito the Fish, whatever you are, shout out to you for the entertainment. I'm trying to look who else. Garrett. Oh yeah, anybody from the war band that joined, thank you. Ainsley, my guy. You already know that's my brother right there. That's my brother for life. So shout out to you, man. Shout out to you guys for tuning in. Any black male conservatives, I'm talking about open black male conservatives. Hey man, look, you're gonna have to give up one of those things. Conservative, you give up your conservatism or give up black women. You can't have both. You can't have both. So, hey man, I feel for you guys, man. Keep doing what you're doing. Obviously I don't agree with everything, but shout out to you guys because you guys have it the worst. So yeah, shout out to everybody that tuned in, and take care and good night, everybody.
Yeah, see you soon, man.